Okay, I think we're all ready to go. Maybe I'll wait, see if anyone shows up. Besides that, yeah. Yeah, I know it's Mario Classic. Also, yeah, um, as you see, I'm gonna try to go for like older videos and not all this. Because like nowadays, you're just gonna find some like AI generated TikTok bullshit. You know, back in the day, it was bad, but it was also like, you know, authentic still. But yeah, we're gonna watch a whole bunch of ghost videos, and obviously I had to dress up as a ghost hunter, so here I am. Real ghost tape, 2014, real ghost caught on tape. That's gonna be a scary video, dude. That shit's gonna be scary. You know what? You know what? Let's first watch this. Check out this real ghost tape. Jesus Christ, it's so bad. I had my volume up though. You know what? We should, while we wait for more people to show up, let's watch a Chris Boers ghost hunting video if he has any, like, you know, good ones. We'll come back to this though. Hi, fucking green alien ghost doctor.
Welcome back. My name is Chris Boris, the Ghost Doctor, and tonight we're going to the haunted jail in
Wait a
St.
minute.
Augustine, Florida. Now, the Sonic Chew medallion necklace has been causing quite a stir online recently to reach the level of creepypasta status. Rumors are swirling that wearers of the Sonic Chew are now succumbing to the curse that also took down the creator. Today we'll be diving into the paranormal mythology of this necklace, its victims, and a deep investigation to see if the Sonic Chew is in fact cursed. And some of the results are shocking. My name is Chris Boris, and I'm the world's first ghost behaviorist. I've come up with a
You are not the
groundbreaking
first ghost behaviorist,
classification system
irate gamer.
that brings ghostly contact to a whole new level. So you were involved in that crash, correct? My mission is to get to a spirit psyche and
Yep.
diagnose the problems plaguing them.
He wants to kill somebody.
This ghost is a
Genetic
piece of
stresses,
shit.
coping
I would
disorders,
rather,
I've seen it all.
I would rather play Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde on the Nintendo.
And the homeowners they haunt.
Yeah, it's good.
Now, before we get into what this Sonic Chew medallion is, let's first talk about its creator, Chris Chan, who has been an online video maker for many years. He has had a pretty rough life dealing with the disability of autism, leaving him with struggles of finding love, getting a girlfriend, and growing an online fan base. All of these struggles, though, can unfortunately cause one to mentally and emotionally spiral down to the point where it lowers one's vibration to attract in unwanted dark forces and energies. Throughout the early 2000s, putting his disability on display for all to see attracted a huge amount of trolls that teased him, tormented him, and even tricked him and catfished him into doing embarrassing stunts on camera.
This is not a Christian
These
documentary,
things would
bro.
only cause more
This is
emotional
a Sonic
spiraling,
Chew
which can
medallion
certainly open the
scary,
door
you
to
know?
even more dark forces entering into one's
Wait a minute,
life.
let me see some.
Not only did Chris have to deal with his own demons, but also the demons of everyone else attacking him that only sought pleasure from his downfall. Over the last decade, Chris Chan has succumbed to a downfall leading to weird acts, physical changes, gender changes, and then in 2021, his demons got the best of him when he admitted to sexually taking advantage of his mother.
Bro, why is this a
with
full
dementia.
fucking recap?
He
Get
was
to the
then
Sonic shit, bro.
arrested and sent to jail for his crime. So how does the Sonic Chew necklace now play into all this?
Yeah.
Well, before making internet videos, Chris Chan created a character called Sonic Chew. This is the result of character mashing Pikachu with Sonic the Hedgehog together into one character. He loved his creation so much that he made a necklace.
Also,
of
I'm just
Sonic
seeing if
Chew
I can
that he
like
could wear
pull
around
up
his neck
the
during
YouTube
videos.
chat on my phone just in case anyone
In
shows up.
2014,
I
Chris
don't know how
Chan
to do that,
started
though.
creating a
Let's see.
limited number of Sonic Chew necklaces that he could sell to the public. Since these necklaces were made by his hands, one can't help but wonder if each of these medallions were somehow imbued with all the dark demons surrounding him at the time and encased into each Sonic Chew necklace. After all, we do find in Judaic mysticism that they believe that any energy put into an item made by you will be stored into that item. So could these Sonic Chew medallions actually be cursed by the very demons that haunted Chris Chan? Well, let's look at the evidence here. 2015, YouTuber iDubbbz was gifted with a Sonic Chew medallion, which he unboxed and proceeded to put around his neck. Shortly thereafter, he suffered a series of weird circumstances and even caused him to almost lose 1 million subscribers at one point. October 2023, lawyer Nick Rekieta received a package from an unknown sender. A Sonic Chew medallion was inside that he also put around his neck. 7 short months later, Nick began to show signs of odd health issues and behavior patterns. He was losing weight,
Okay,
falling asleep
managed.
during live streams, turned to drinking and drugs, and was finally arrested that May. June 2024, Dick Masterson showcased a Sonic Chew necklace on his program, and mere hours after unveiling it to the world, the hosts almost got into a car wreck. July 2024, Ethan Ralph held up a Sonic Chew medallion which could have caused a Category 5 hurricane to spring up and head towards the exact location where he lives, and the news keeps calling it unprecedented. Alright, so that last one might be a little far-fetched, but you can't dismiss the sheer oddity that is following the owners of these medallions. Especially when it comes
Dude,
to
I
Nick
really hope we
Rekieta,
see Ronnie the Skeleton
because
in
it
this
was only
episode.
late last year
That'd be
when
so
he looked
cool.
like a pretty healthy guy. Now he looks like a totally different person.
Totally different person.
Demonic beings are very capable of attacking in a way that sucks the life force from a person little by little over time. They're also able to influence a person to turn to vices like alcohol, which impairs the brain, making their influence and hold on their victim even stronger. And if you ask me, it looks like that's exactly what might be going on in this case. As for the Sonic Chew medallion itself, are they actually carrying a curse? Can the demons that brought down
Honestly,
Chris Chan
that's gonna be a really scary
also
episode.
be affecting and feeding off the new owners of these necklaces so that their lives are also falling apart? So today, I'm at this secure location where I have a Sonic Chew necklace in hand. I'm gonna find out if it's cursed, if it's haunted, through my methods. As you can see, I have set the stage to put the Sonic Chew necklace inside this secure case, and we're going to test this out to see if it's haunted or cursed or what have you. So here we have a
See it.
Sonic Chew necklace that a fan sent to me. He ended up getting
Maybe.
one back in 2014,
Maybe I will.
back when Chris Chan first started making these, and I think that is key because the earlier ones are probably more potent with if he has dark entities that are attaching themselves to these things. So I want to open this very carefully, and I want to treat this as a real cursed object. I want to take all the precautions I can with something like this. So all right, here it is. Sonic Chew necklace. It is in this case. Oof. And as you can see, it's a little broken. And like I said, I want to treat this like an actual cursed item. I don't want to actually touch it.
As you can see, it's a little broken. I don't know if they happen in shipping or if it's because it's so hot. It's very hot out here today. So there we have it, the Sonic Chew necklace. And I'm going to put it in this box here. Now this thing does come with a certificate of authenticity. As you can see, it says 2014. It's one of the first ones that he ever made, and it's number 104 out of 200. So as you can see here, I have a variety of tools that I want to test out on this medallion. Hopefully we'll get something. That's what I can't wait to see. All right, so for the first test, I have some EDI meters. These register any kind of electromagnetic spiking that a spirit will do if it's in an area. I want to strongly advise anyone from doing what I'm about to do, because I'm going to try interacting with the demons that are attached to Chris Chan through this necklace. And
As one
if you
does.
don't know how to purify yourself from things like this, attachments like that, this could be a dangerous situation. Alrighty, so this necklace I know is kind of connected with Chris Chan, and I know he's got some demons. I'm going to use this necklace as a gateway to Chris Chan to interact with these dark entities that are hovering around Chris Chan. I want you to spike one of these meters if you are here now. Any kind of reading. You want a platform? This is your platform.
Oh, I saw one of them move.
You got a lot of people watching.
That is true. The ears are gone.
You want to make yourselves known? Let's do it.
That one spiked from 939 to like 994.7 when he asked for any kind of reaction. So there is definitely a demon in this.
Do you have anything to say for yourselves? Did you have anything to do with Nick Ricada? Did you have anything to do with iDubbbz? If you're hanging around that necklace, spike one of those meters now. I command you. All right, so next up I want to use a little device called an obelisk. Now this is what I call a voice box for the dead, because what it does, it takes energy in an area and associates words.
No, you see,
sometimes it doesn't have to be
you see, the necklace is a troll as well. The necklace spiked just when he wasn't looking at it, so he didn't notice that, and then it just aired him the rest of it.
Just be energy in an area.
The ghost is a Chris Chan troll.
Coming off this medallion is bad, then this thing will pick it up. All right, so I'm going to put this in dictionary mode and see what words we can get to spit out on this device. Listen, I want to ask you, are you hovering
I
around
honestly
this
feel like
medallion?
that could be the case.
Ooh, watch across? Are you telling us to watch you? Are you going to do something?
Watch across. It's British.
What do you mean by watch? Watch what? I want to address the dark entities through this medallion. Are you doing anything to other possessors of these medallions like Nick Ricada? Do you have anything to say about that? What do you want with the possessors of this medallion?
Now pay close attention, because at this point, I started pressing buttons trying to get back to the main screen, and I ended up getting more words on the device.
Am not. Oh, come on. It said pendant? Yeah, that's a pendant, all right.
Pendant am not watch.
Am not pendant.
I like how he called them British.
Do you mean you're not in this pendant? All right, I want to take a second here because that is just amazing. It said pendant to my question, and it's saying it's not a pendant. Yes, we know you're not a pendant. You are an entity.
No, it's saying it's not watching you.
What are you? Are you a dark entity? What are you? That's cool. I've been doing this a long time. I've never seen pendant pop up on that before. So yeah, it is a pendant. Do you want people's souls? Is this why you're doing what you're doing?
Now, after asking this particular question, I started getting some weird interference with my microphone.
Are you doing the attacks on these people?
Now listen as the interference increases right before I get more words on my device.
Are you going to attack someone else that has a pendant? Whoa. So I went to grab this thing and said, no, shaken. Lisa, is there a Lisa attached to these things? Is there a Lisa around Nick Ricada, maybe? Now, sometimes these things spit out what I call obelisk babble. If it's calibrating to...
Is he not even going to review the words?
Shake to attack.
No pendant, am not.
Whoa.
Lisa shaking no.
So I went to grab this thing and said, no, shaken. Lisa, is there a Lisa attached to these things? Is there a Lisa around?
Maybe that's the ghost of Homer Simpson gaming.
Now,
maybe that's the
these
case.
Things spit out what I call obelisk babble. If it's calibrating to an area, but I don't know if that's what we're dealing with here. I'm curious, who is this Lisa? Can you tell me some more?
Now, if you're listening carefully, then you probably heard this strange sound after I asked my question.
I'm curious, who is this Lisa? Can you tell me some more?
Could this be a dark
It's
force
King from
answering
Tekken.
me?
Alright, so I think that's all that's
Demon
gonna be.
farted.
I can't get anything else from this device. I'm not sure who Lisa is, but if I was
Maybe
Sonic
the
Chew
ghost
owner
is saying that
that's named
it's
Lisa, I
shaken
would be worried
and its
right
name
now.
is Lisa.
Now, I
Doesn't
ended up
want
doing a
doesn't
few more
want Chris
tests
Boris
with
to
this
touch
thing,
it.
which turned up negative. So I decided to call it a day since I was dealing with a lot of audio issues.
Now, since this thing is cursed, one of the things I want to do is I put it in a case like they did with the Annabelle doll, and in the same manner, I'm going to be blessing this. So if there's
Dude,
any
put the fucking ears in there
attachments
too
that
if you want to
will
like
not
contain the
get out
demon.
and
That's
seep
not all
out
of it.
and wreak havoc on, well, maybe my home life. I've got myself some sacred blessed salt. I want to make sure. And I also have some holy water. I'll pray to Saint Michael. This thing gets bound.
My experimentation on the Sonic Chew is not yet finished, and one day I'll do a return engagement to see if I can get any more evidence to support the claims that this item is cursed.
That was silly. I don't know if that's. I think that just may be the rundown of who Chris Chen is separated from the video. But yeah, that was a little bit silly, I'd say. Okay, pop up, pop up. Most authentic video to date. Gettysburg Ghost. Let's see this. Potentially. Tape 9 different locations at dawn, 2 to 3 minutes each. Noticed strange forms at 2 locations only after replaying the video. Watch it be another pop-up. That is a big risk of watching the older ghost videos, because you never know if it's just going to be a fucking stupid pop-up or whatever the case may be. Oh no. Run that back. They're looping the... Okay, are they literally just looping the same animation of a stickman fucking walking? They took a stickman animation, they made it all white and fuzzy, they turned down the opacity, and then they looped it. And they, like, overlaid it on the video. It's funny. That'd be pretty awesome. Let's get a clear shot of this ghost. Oh, whoops. You, like, do the frame by frame. That looks like just some dude. That looks like some guy that you just took it from a video. I need to see that one again to see if it's like the same. No, they're different ones. They're different ones. Okay, here's the thing, right? You saw one, you know, that would be pretty crazy, but like, no. You can't just have like a whole marching band of ghosts, you know, going into the bush. The bush cannot be that interesting, bro. The bush cannot be that interesting. Ghost walk at 8 frames per second. Okay, let's break the rule of old shitty videos for a second and watch 6 most disturbing forest encounters caught on camera by Chilling
Daniel
Scare.
O'Neill is a YouTuber from the UK with a channel called English Woodsman, where he's been uploading videos of his wild camping, stealth camping, and woodland camping trips in the UK for almost 10 years.
Wait a minute.
Most of the channel's videos feature Daniel reviewing camping gear for
Is
his
that the guy
viewers
I
and
was watching a
showing
while
footage of
back?
his adventures in the great outdoors.
Because
For the most part, they're pretty
there are a lot of like stealth campers and shit like that. This is a real thing.
But in August 2023, he uploaded a video of his camping trip in the woodlands close to his home, and the footage is pretty disturbing. The first part of the video pretty much just shows Daniel walking through the woods and talking to his subscribers, eating berries, and pointing out the sights on the way to the campsite. At several points along the way, he pauses to mention the footprints and garbage he sees lying on the trail, indicating other people had been there in the last few days.
Someone's been here. a lot of rubbish around here. Yeah, look at the state of this. Does get used, doesn't it?
After about a 20-minute walk, he sits down at a clearing where he plans to set up camp for the night and leans back on a tree to eat his noodles as he talks to the camera. It's not until around 25 minutes into the video that things start to get seriously disturbing for Daniel.
I'm going to be out Friday night, but I'm going away Saturday, so I've got a bit of a drive as well, so I didn't want to be tired, and it's going to throw it down Friday night as well, and rain camping is really good. Is that a badger? Hello?
That would be scary as fuck. Be out in the middle of the woods and just hearing
Even
footsteps.
though some pretty human-like footsteps could be heard right behind Daniel, as soon as he turns around to scan his environment, there's nobody in sight.
Oh,
What's
fuck
most
that.
disturbing is that as soon as he turned around and yelled hello, the footsteps immediately stopped. For the next few minutes, he sits down and tries to regain his composure as he sips his coffee and eats his noodles, but things only continue to get even more creepy as the sun begins to set.
No, dude, like, when you're out in fucking nature and isolated from a lot of people only to hear or see, like, human-like shit, as in, like, rappers or, you know, just presence of other people, it's genuinely really uncomfortable, you know? And sometimes the isolation gets to you.
There's that noise again now. Hello? Hello? You got a bit of that. There's nobody here.
About 40 minutes into the video, the footstep noises can be heard again, and this time it sounds like they're
fuck
getting
that.
closer to Daniel.
Oh, fuck
By
that.
this point, most people would have hightailed it out of there without any hesitation,
Yep.
but Daniel decides to sit back down to finish his dinner as he tries to calm his nerves for the second time. Amazingly, a few minutes later, it almost seems like he completely forgets about the footsteps and manages to think about less disturbing things, which is honestly pretty impressive. But as darkness sets in, the eerie footsteps start up again.
I'm going to be honest. I can't stay here now.
No.
I'm going to be a wimp. I don't care if people call me a wimp in the comments, but I can't stay here. I'm too unsettled. I'm nervous. I've done camping like this a load of times. I think I'm going to go find somewhere else
Yeah.
to get this bivvy set up. But I'm leaving this spot.
Understandably, after this third incident, Daniel decides to head somewhere else for the night to play it safe. It's hard to know what exactly was making those sounds, but because they sounded very similar to human footsteps, it's possible that Daniel was being stalked by someone in the woods. This is obviously incredibly dangerous, as you can never really trust someone's intentions when you're in such a vulnerable position, all by yourself in unknown territory. It was either that or an animal walking through the grass, but because Daniel mentioned the grass was a little wet and wouldn't have made that dry sound if an animal stepped on it, this is pretty unlikely. Also, many people in the comments mentioned that no animal walks that uniform and steady. They stop, go, and change pace constantly. Either way, it's a good thing he decided to leave, because who knows what could have happened to Daniel that night. One of the most annoying things to me is spam texts and
I didn't mean to skip the entire video, but that's really funny that I tried to press forward and yeah, lost the replay part.
is part of a front range of the Rocky Mountains. The rampant range
That was
is
the
part of
scariest
a
part
front
of the
range
video.
of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, made
An
up of
ad?
almost
Ew.
entirely public land within the Pike National Forest. In the summer, you'll find lots of bikers enjoying the rampant range's elaborate trail system and exploring the great outdoors. For the most part, this part of Colorado is a paradise for anyone who enjoys spending time in nature. But over the past few years, there's been a pretty alarming trend on the rise, with random people setting up wires on trees at just about head height in an effort to seriously injure bikers on the trail. In 2019, a post describing this terrifying trend was uploaded to Facebook.
Fucking assholes.
And disturbingly, the uploader mentioned that one of his high school friends had lost his life as a result of running into a similar wire on a trail. Immediately, people jumped into the comments to point out how incredibly messed up it would be to do something like this, and how this kind of evil needs to be categorized as attempted murder if the suspects are ever caught. A couple of years before that post was made, in 2017, two motorbike riders uploaded a video to YouTube of their encounter with a similar wire, and although nothing happened to them, it was a very close call.
Yeah, no, like, you have to actually be a fucking maniac to do this type of shit. I've seen a lot of, like, trail videos of bikers and shit. They go fast. And that would
When
be
these wires
fucking
are set
lethal.
up
Like, I could see
off-trail,
how
it
someone
can be
would
hard
die
to
from
tell
this.
whether they were placed there out of malice or if a random camper or farmer placed the wires there to hang up clothes or something similar. But in cases like these where the wires are specifically placed on the trail, there's really only one reason people would do that, and that's to bring serious harm to bikers for some reason. Possibly they're annoyed with the constant loud sound of the bikes near their property or something else. But hopefully
Yeah,
more
like,
measures can be
literally.
taken in the future to prevent more people from getting hurt, especially because it's not uncommon to hear about motorbikers and snowmobilers losing their lives over this kind of stuff.
That reminds me of a old gore video that I watched. I just got, like, vague memories of it, and it was fucked up.
This
It
audio
had to
was
do with
uploaded
wires
to
as well.
YouTube by a user named ForestFire number 21.
Something similar to that.
He recorded it around 2 a.m. in December 2014. The uploader lives in a forest, and he mentioned that the noises in the audio were coming from deep in the woods behind his house. It's hard to make out what the child is yelling, but after listening closely, several users jumped in the comments to point out that you can also hear an adult voice yelling, "Where are you?" In addition to the young female voice making most of the noise, this quieter, more subtle male voice that can also be heard in the audio only makes the whole incident that much more disturbing. Near the end of the video, the uploader mentions that after that night, he checked the news every day to see if he could find some explanation for the screams, but he never did. The fact that the screaming was captured at around 2 a.m. in the freezing cold weather and in the middle of the woods indicates that the uploader could have genuinely recorded something pretty sinister taking place that night. It's hard to tell why the uploader would record and upload the audio instead of immediately calling the police after hearing a female voice in such obvious distress, but at this point there's not much that can be done about it. And who knows, maybe the uploader did call the police. There wasn't much context given in the video's description. We can only hope that whatever problem happened that night was eventually solved, but based on the shrillness of the screams and the strangeness of the whole situation, we probably won't ever be able to know for sure.
So when I heard weird sounds coming from the forest, I immediately thought, like, oh, it's just going to be like a creepy mountain lion scream or something, but actual people in the forest. Yeah, no, fuck.
Lisa is a life coach and YouTuber
In the
who
middle of
often
the
uploads
blistering
videos of
cold
what
at
it's
2
like
a.m.
living in her van and traveling the country on her own. One afternoon in 2022, Lisa had parked her van on the side of the road and left the side door of her van open while she cooked her dinner inside, when suddenly a sketchy-looking guy approached her, poked his head in her van without her permission, and started asking her some pretty bizarre questions in French, a language Lisa doesn't speak. When she mentioned she didn't understand what he was saying, he pulled out a translator app to try to communicate with her, which obviously made her pretty uncomfortable, especially since she wasn't interested in talking to him in the first place after he invaded her personal space. After watching the guy struggle to use Google Translate for a few minutes, Lisa decided she'd had enough and shut the side door in his face, also closing the curtain to make sure the guy got the hint. Strangely, for over half an hour, the guy then stood outside in the rain and tinkered with the translator app to try to communicate with Lisa, even after she made it more than obvious that she wanted nothing to do with him.
Girl, fucking leave. Get out of there. No, I'd be gone.
Okay, he just moved even closer.
Yeah, if you said, est-ce que je peux aller aux toilettes?
So that I can't
You know.
move out, and so that I can't
Or,
go forward.
like, instead of saying that, he should have just showed his ass and, like, you know, should have just showed his ass to symbolize that he needed to take a shit.
Please leave.
Please
Please
leave.
leave. You sketchy person. Please leave.
With a very shady demeanor, the man snuck into the bushes and pretty much just stalked Lisa from a distance, as if he thought she couldn't see him. As the sun began to set, Lisa kept an eye on the guy outside to make sure he didn't try to get close to her again, but the man just kept on bringing his car closer to her van and blocking her exit in different ways for more than half an hour.
This guy is really starting to freak me out. It's been like a half an hour, and he just keeps on moving his vehicle so he can see in my van here. And anyways, it's 7 o'clock, 7 p.m.
Fortunately, just as darkness had begun to set in, a family in an RV pulled up right behind Lisa and spent the night in the same parking lot as her, which comforted her enough to stay there the entire evening. Disturbingly, the guy left soon after the other family arrived, but came back about 3 hours later in the dead of night to check if Lisa was still there.
What the fuck?
When he saw the other family in the RV was also still in the parking lot, he left and didn't come back. The next morning, Lisa left early and never saw the guy again. It's hard to tell what the guy's exact intentions were, but based on his overall sketchy demeanor and questionable behavior, they couldn't have been anything good.
I mean, most
One
people
thing
would.
we can be sure about is that it's a good thing the other family in the RV arrived at the parking lot when they did. Otherwise, who knows what the man would have done to Lisa.
Yeah. Dude, the fact that this guy had a car, and he wasn't just stranded out there, right? And, he was in the bushes and shit, while it's pouring like that for like half an hour. This guy's, like... that is the most sketchy shit you could probably encounter. Just some guy that's, like, blocking your exit and is doing that. The fuck?
In May 2014, an Imager user uploaded a blog post where he talked about the time he went to visit a friend in northern Germany. According to the uploader, his friend told him about these pipes that he had found in the woods near his house that stuck up out of the ground like periscopes. Apparently, his friend and his siblings played near the pipes as kids and knew that there were bunkers hidden below them, but their parents never allowed them to get near them out of concern for their safety. During the visit narrated in the blog post, the uploader and his friend decided to check out the pipes and finally go down into the bunkers that they never had permission to explore when they were younger, and they found some pretty disturbing stuff. A few hundred feet away from the trees, they found the entrance to the bunker covered with a loosely placed piece of wood that they easily removed with a crowbar. Once inside, all they could see were these long, seemingly endless, hospital-like hallways that extended for thousands of feet under the woods. As they ventured further and further into the maze of tunnels, they found graffiti on some of the walls, indicating they weren't the first people to get the idea to explore the underground bunkers. To the explorers' horror, one of the walls deep inside the tunnels had the word "help" in German graffitied all over it. It's possible that it was just sprayed on there by another group of teens trying to be funny, but the eerie nature of the bunker coupled with the general state of disarray really makes you wonder if something more sinister took place down there at some point, possibly even written by German soldiers in the later parts of World War II. As they traveled deeper into the bunker, they found some more disturbing graffiti, with one of the eeriest messages reading, "Hello Satan, I love you." Obviously, that's not the kind of message you want to see in a tunnel system like this, but the two friends decided to keep on exploring anyway. After several hours down in the bunker, they ended up finding tons of more twisting, winding hallways, flooded rooms with old machines, and dark, narrow corridors that reached dead ends, but nothing more disturbing than the graffiti they had found a few hours earlier. The explorers managed to make it out of there safely and didn't go back there again. In the summer of 2016, reports started surfacing that people were finding dangerous booby traps along a very well-known hiking trail in the High Mountain Park Preserve in Wayne, New Jersey. As per the police reports, the traps mostly consisted of boards with nails sticking out of them, barbed wire, broken bottles placed along the trails behind or near rocks or logs, and other treacherous materials. As more and more complaints started coming in, police warned people to keep an eye out for the traps and even organized cleanup efforts to keep hikers safe during their treks. What's most disturbing is that these traps were clearly placed there to hurt people, as there's really no other reason to put nails and barbed wire on the ground in the middle of such a popular hiking trail. The fact that someone would take the time to get out on the trail, build a booby trap in such detail,
People are
and
like
place it
really
there with
fucked
the
up. That
intention to
there's
do harm to other
two
people and their pets is
separate
honestly pretty
entries
messed up.
just about this type of
It
shit.
didn't take the
It's like-
cops too long to make an educated guess as to who was behind the whole thing. Although they never found the individual suspects responsible for placing the traps on the trail, the sheriff's department determined that the traps had probably something to do with the feud between hikers and bikers who had been fighting over use of the trail for decades. According to many nearby residents, it's common for bikers on the trail to speed past the hikers without ringing their bells or announcing their presence, which has led to several injuries and rising tensions between the two groups over the years.
Bikers do.
Still, it's hard to imagine that someone would
They are
take the
pretty
issue to the point of
big
trying
assholes.
to harm an entire group of people.
Especially when
so
it comes to
maliciously
community
with such
trails,
brutal methods.
they don't have a lot of
Fortunately,
regard.
no one
you
was
know?
hurt as a result of the traps, but the suspects responsible were never found.
I feel like that might be a valid thing, like a valid explanation, not a valid reason to do it, but considering it's like shattered glass and nails, they're probably just trying to like fuck with the bikers. Still not good though. Yeah, no, genuinely surprising video. I didn't expect to find a quality channel. Honestly, let's watch more. It saves me the trouble
of August 26,
going on
2015,
random,
WDBJ
old
reporter
videos.
24-year-old
Yeah, I
Allison
can see that.
Parker and her cameraman 27-year-old Adam Ward visited the Bridgewater Plaza near Smith Mountain Lake in Virginia. Their goal was to do a live interview with the executive director of the local Chamber of Commerce, Vicki Gardner, about an upcoming event at the lake. Things went just as planned initially, with Adam setting up the camera equipment and Allison starting the interview at 6:45 a.m. What none of them knew, however, was that they were about to become the victims of a crazed stalker. Just seconds into the interview, an armed man walked up to the group and opened fire. The live feed cut back to the in-studio reporter, who was just as shocked at what happened as the many viewers watching live.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened there. We will, of course, let you know as soon as we find out what those sounds were from.
Tragically, by the time first responders arrived, both Allison and Adam had already succumbed to their injuries and passed away. Vicki was badly hurt as well, but she managed to play dead and ultimately survive the encounter despite getting shot in the back. As for the perpetrator, he had already fled the scene by this point, and with no nearby CCTV capturing a clear image of his face or vehicle, investigators were left at a dead end. But then, someone at the WDBJ network analyzed the footage further, which revealed one blurry but still recognizable frame of the person responsible for this tragedy. This was 41-year-old Vester Lee Flanagan, a former WDBJ reporter who went by the professional name of Bryce Williams. He'd actually worked with both Allison and Adam in the past, but was fired from his job after higher-ups received several reports of workplace aggression. However, what seemed like a disgruntled ex-employee lashing out at his former colleagues at first turned out to have a far darker backstory to it. You see, Vester had an extensive history of being difficult to work with, long before he joined WDBJ. He was fired from one of his early reporting jobs from NBC affiliate WTWC in the year 2000 for, quote, odd behavior towards his coworkers. While the exact reason for his termination was never revealed to the public, from what I was able to find, it had something to do with him being aggressive and trying to intimidate others. But instead of admitting fault, he filed a racial discrimination lawsuit against his employer, which eventually ended with an out-of-court settlement. However, that was only the beginning. From there, he found work at multiple other stations, but struggled to build a career at one place, largely due to the many altercations he got into with his colleagues. He had severe anger management issues and would often resort to physically confronting his coworkers over even the smallest disagreements.
He had increasing conflicts with people at the station, especially the floor crew, some of the other reporters, some of the photographers in the field, to the point where He was threatening people, had some physical confrontations with a couple of people, and at one point became such a distraction that we finally had to terminate him.
He eventually secured a position at WDBJ in March of 2012, and it was the same story once again. It didn't take long for him to fall into the same pattern of anger and bullying there as well. Just months into his employment, the WDBJ management had already received multiple reports of his coworkers feeling threatened or uncomfortable working with him. In fact, his behavior at WDBJ was worse than at any of his previous jobs, leading to his termination in January 2013, less than a year after he started. He even had to be escorted out by police when he refused to accept his termination and threatened his superiors with violence. Vester once again tried to play the racial discrimination card and singled out Allison and Adam for the alleged racist behavior. However, a third-party investigation didn't find any evidence of discrimination, and his case was thrown out. He likely named them because he knew they were among the coworkers who had filed complaints against him. After his shameful termination from WDBJ,
Imagine it's taking accountability as a fully grown adult.
And his resentment against the two colleagues he believed had destroyed
Nope,
his
need a
life
scapegoat.
only grew with each setback. This resentment reached its tipping point on the morning of August 26, 2015. He tracked down where Allison and Adam were doing their next job and stalked them as they were getting ready to go live. As soon as they began the interview, Vester walked up to them and opened fire. But this was only part one of his plan. You see, while Adam's camera did catch Vester for a split second, the footage wasn't clear enough for the investigators to name him as the prime suspect with complete certainty. Fortunately, this doubt vanished quickly when, at 8:26 a.m., Vester faxed a 23-page manifesto to ABC News, admitting to everything. Though most of these pages were filled with nothing more than the incoherent ramblings of an extremely angry and mentally unwell man. In them, he described himself as a human powder keg just waiting to go boom, how he was angry at the world, and mentioned the Charleston church incident as his tipping point.
Yep.
How that connected to him taking the lives of his former coworkers was never entirely clear. Then, at 11:14 a.m., he also uploaded a video of the crime he'd recorded from his...
I feel like if someone told him this was cringe, he
This
wouldn't have
left
done it.
no doubt that Vester was the one behind the incident, prompting an immediate nationwide manhunt. Tracing his cell phone allowed the officers to find him on the highway, attempting to flee the state in a rented vehicle at 11:20 a.m. But when they tried to pull him over, he sped up and eventually crashed onto the side of the road. And before the officers could reach his car, he decided to end the chase with the firearm he had on him, bringing the manhunt to a sudden,
Go fuck
shocking
yourself.
conclusion. On the 25th of June 2014, Charles Bothell went on the Nancy Grace Show seeking the public's help in finding his missing son. 12-year-old Charlie was first reported missing from his home in Detroit, Michigan 11 days ago on June 14th. His father, Charles, had been doing everything in his power to help locate his son, from going door to door in his neighborhood to spreading missing person posters throughout the city. Unfortunately, despite dozens of people, including the FBI looking for him, the young boy was nowhere to be found. And the hope of finding him alive was diminishing with each passing day. Appearing on live TV was Charles' last-ditch effort to raise awareness about his son's disappearance, hoping someone with information might see the show. However, just minutes into the broadcast, the interview took a bizarre turn when Nancy received a report that no one expected.
The father of the missing 12-year-old boy, Charlie, with me is his father, Charlie.
That's honestly
Bothell.
true, man.
Charlie, we're getting
I've seen and heard a lot of shit.
that your son has been found.
And you never
in your
know, like, what's going on
basement.
behind closed doors. So,
12-year-old.
When Nancy received a report that no one expected.
The father of the missing 12-year-old boy, Charlie, with me is his father, Charlie Bothell. Charlie, we're getting reports that your son has been found in your basement. Sir?
her face.
Apparently, while Charles was on TV, investigators obtained a search warrant to conduct a thorough search of his home. There, they found Charlie huddled in the basement behind a massive pile of barrels and boxes. Upon hearing the news of his son's discovery, Charles reacted with complete shock.
How could your son be alive in your basement?
I have no idea.
However, something about his reaction felt extremely off. Many argued that a normal father would have ended the interview immediately and rushed to the son he hadn't seen in 11 days. Charles, on the other hand, seemed more concerned with denying the report and trying to prove his innocence.
Sir, did you check your basement?
I checked my basement, the FBI checked my basement, the Detroit police checked my basement, my wife checked my basement. I've been down there several times. We've all been checking.
He even lashed out at other reports for insinuating that he knowingly forced his son to hide in the basement, when in reality his actions were far more cruel than anyone could have expected. The truth came to light as soon as the investigators found Charlie. According to him, his stepmother, Monique Dillard Bothell, was the one who ordered him to hide in the basement. She also told him not to make any sound, no matter what he heard. From there, they spread the rumor that their son had gone missing and began looking for him. But despite their cries for help, they were very uncooperative with the police to ensure that Charlie wouldn't be found. Investigators only sought the search warrant because they suspected Charlie was already dead. As for why the couple would do this, that remains a mystery to this day. Both have continued to claim they knew nothing about Charlie's whereabouts. Though, given what we know, the most likely explanation is that they wanted to exert even more control over his life. You see, when the investigators located Charlie, he had severe cuts and bruises on his body, likely from his parents. In addition to that, growing up, he also had to endure a grueling daily exercise routine that included 100 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and 100 jumping jacks twice a day. Charlie was already homeschooled and cut off from the rest of society. Maybe the couple thought that faking his disappearance would allow them to do whatever they wanted without any oversight. Regardless of their intentions, their crime was clear as day. The two were arrested shortly after and stood trial over the upcoming months, with Charlie himself coming forward to testify against them. And while they were able to avoid jail time due to a plea deal, they lost complete custody of Charlie, who now lives safely with other relatives.
Good.
On the evening...
Yeah, no, what you said's completely right, man. Fucking... real life is real horror. You don't need fake CGI or jump scares or nothing like that. Like, things get pretty fucked up. They get pretty fucked up.
Of November 19, 2014, the Rockville, Maryland Fire Department responded to an intense house fire. The fire had engulfed the entire double-story house and was getting more and more intense with each passing minute. It took them over an hour to get the fire under control, and the house was barely standing by that point. Now, fires like these can start for any number of reasons, from a stove left on to an electrical short. However, before the investigators could even think about determining the cause, 27-year-old Carlos Peralta, who was one of the residents of the house, walked up to an ABC7 reporter covering the incident live and made the wildest revelation. According to him, this fire was the result of arson. Not only that, but he was the one who started the fire just hours earlier.
Me, I set it on fire.
Given the sheer strangeness of this unsolicited confession, the
What?
reporter didn't believe him at first. But Carlos was more than happy to provide more details of how he committed the crime.
I just poured gasoline on the floor, set it on fire, and went to buy a drink and came back.
Minutes later, he walked up to the police officers standing nearby and confessed to them as well. His clothes had the smell of gasoline, and a basic search revealed a lighter in his pocket, providing the officers enough evidence to believe his story and arrest him on the spot. As for his motive, Carlos claimed that he did all this to get the media's attention about the deplorable living conditions in that house. However, burning down the house he wanted to report on made little sense. That is, until investigators dug further into his history and discovered that he'd been suffering from schizophrenia as well as alcoholism for the past 2 years.
I was gonna
He
say there
also
had to have been
arrested for
something like
destruction
that.
of
It's
property
like,
just 2 weeks before this
the
incident.
fuck?
Put simply, this house fire was the doing of a mentally troubled man who genuinely believed he was doing the right thing. The fire ended up causing $400,000 in property damage. Fortunately, the other 5 residents, including Carlos's own mother, were able to escape without any harm. Though what happened to Carlos after his arrest was never made public. But given the severity of his crime, he was likely sentenced to several years in prison.
Yeah, let me you know, make people aware of the living conditions by burning down the house and, you know, destroying any any semblance of living in there, as well as potentially burning down my mom. Good job, Carlos. Good job.
On July 27, 2007, news helicopters in Phoenix,
Absolutely
Arizona,
schizophrenic
were
or
reporting
something
on a large
worse.
police chase that was happening in the city. The chase had begun about 22 minutes earlier when the police identified and pulled over a stolen flatbed pickup truck. In an attempt to avoid arrest, the driver, 23-year-old Christopher J. Jones, reversed into the police cruiser and tried to flee the scene. Unfortunately for him, word of the chase got out quickly, and minutes later, 6 different helicopters were tracking his every move. This included 1 police chopper and 5 others from different news stations. However, while everyone's eyes were fixated on the road, a tragedy was about to take place in the sky.
We'll see what happens here. He has stopped. This may be the end of this thing.
Well, he's taking
okay,
off
he's out.
running.
Okay, now it's a foot chase.
Okay, now he's jumped into
now he's
another
in another vehicle. Okay, okay.
All right, they're
doors
closing
open,
in.
please.
Looks
okay.
like they've.
Oh, geez.
We're gonna pull out. We don't know what has just happened right there. It looks like the police have closed in on him. We don't know what exactly has transpired between the police.
Seemingly out of nowhere, 2 of the news helicopters' feeds abruptly stopped. They had crashed into each other,
Oh,
tumbling
fuck.
to the ground and exploding on impact. One of the helicopters involved in this crash belonged to an ABC affiliate network, KNXV, piloted by Craig Smith with camera operator Rick Krolak. The other was reporting back to an independent Phoenix station named KTVK with pilot Scott Bowerbank and photographer Jim Cox. All 4 were sadly killed instantly on impact, leaving the other reporters stunned and struggling to process the sudden tragedy.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my gosh. Oh. Phoenix Tower, Skybox 10. Just had a mid-air collision over here at the park. 2 helicopters. 2 helicopters down. Oh, my God.
Fortunately, the helicopter's crash landed in an empty park, avoiding any additional casualties. A later investigation by the National Transportation Safety Board concluded that the accident was the result of both pilots' failure to see and avoid the other helicopter. But that still raises the question of how. How could 2 experienced pilots make such a critical error? Well, the answer to that lies in how many news helicopters operated during that time. But first, an important thing to note is that when so many choppers are in close proximity, traditional air traffic control systems are not very useful. Instead, the pilots are instructed to operate under visual flight rules. In other words, they were responsible for keeping an eye on their surroundings and maintaining safe distance at all times. Now, this shouldn't have been an issue
Yeah, how
for
the fuck would you
experienced
get that
helicopter
close?
pilots like Craig and Scott. The issue, however, was that the 2 were doing a lot more than just flying the choppers. Not only did they have to monitor multiple communication channels with other helicopters, air traffic control, and the network, they were also reporting live on the action below as it unfolded before them. While juggling all these responsibilities, one of the pilots briefly lost awareness of their surroundings for just a few seconds. Tragically, that was long enough for the helicopters to drift too close and collide mid-air. The only silver lining was that the incident led to major reforms in news helicopter safety, including news stations using a shared single helicopter feed and studio ground-based reporting, measures that continue to save lives to this day.
Well, that's an insanely good, outcome for such a terrible tragedy that happens. Now let's look at something that's like less real, something something that's like scary stuff in the woods type shit. Found footage, most disturbing stealth camping. You know what? I like stealth camping. This is, and that one entry, that was in the previous video, was sketchy as fuck. So
Ian on YouTube is a channel run by 30-year-old Ian who's been posting on the platform for the better part of a decade. His content covers everything from day in the life work vlogs to different adventures after hours. And while most of it is nothing more than fun, one particular encounter left him shaken to his core. On January 18th, 2024, Ian posted a video going over the disturbing experience he had while stealth camping in a McDonald's parking lot in Palm Springs, California. Stealth camping, for those who don't know, is when someone spends the night in a vehicle or tent in an area not officially designated for camping, usually while trying to avoid detection. It's often done out of necessity, curiosity, or simply for the thrill of it. And while it can be harmless, it also means the camper is completely exposed and vulnerable to whatever or whoever might be lurking nearby. This is exactly what happened with Ian on the 16th of January 2024. He'd been stealth camping for quite some time by that point, and had spent nights in much harsher conditions, like during heavy rain or in a sandstorm. So, staying overnight in a McDonald's parking lot seemed like nothing to him. Unfortunately, he couldn't have been more wrong. After setting everything up, he went to lie down in the back of his car. But just as he was about to fall asleep, he was interrupted by the sound of someone repeatedly trying to open his car's door. He immediately got up to see who it was, and this is what he came across.
What's going on, man? What's going on? What's up? What's up, man? What's going on? What are you doing?
There was a man standing outside the passenger door. What made the encounter even more unsettling was that the man never said a word, even as Ian repeatedly called out to him, trying to get some kind of explanation for what he was doing.
Hey, bro. What's up? What you doing, man? Ain't weird, bro.
Despite his panic, however, he made the wise decision to stay locked within his car and quickly drive to a more hidden spot in the lot. But that wasn't enough, because just a few minutes later, Ian spotted the same man walking around the parking lot, possibly trying to locate his car. Fearing for his safety, he drove to a completely different location.
Dog, why would
sleep
you
through the
still
rest of
stay in the
night
lot?
without any incident? Still,
Yeah,
the
what-
question different location and managed to sleep through the rest of the night
Yeah.
without any incident. Still, the question remained: who was this man, and what exactly was he trying to do? Ian never made a follow-up or shared any more info regarding the encounter in the video's description, so we can only speculate on what happened that night. Now, it's entirely possible that he was just a harmless, mentally ill person who wasn't fully conscious of what he was doing. This could explain why he didn't answer when Ian called out to him and just calmly walked away without a word. However, a far more likely explanation is that the act of trying to break into Ian's car was completely intentional, and when he was caught, he just acted confused and harmless to seem less threatening. Perhaps he really thought the car was empty and was trying to steal it. Or maybe he knew Ian was inside and had intentions to rob him, or something far more sinister. His strange behavior also suggested that he might have been under the influence of some kind of drugs,
He was
which
tweaked
would have
out.
made him even more unstable
He was
and
definitely
by
tweaked out.
extension more dangerous. Fortunately, Ian managed to drive away unscathed before he could find out the man's true intentions.
I say he was definitely tweaking out because I've seen people like this before. In parking lots, no less. I used to work at a grocery store, and I would have to walk home almost every night, because it's close by 15 to 20 minutes. And, dude, we'd have some weird fucking people. We would have some... I remember we, closed up as a group, and we were walking out, and at the very end of the parking lot, I saw this guy, fucking swinging his arms around, just running in circles and stuff like that. And even with that big group of people, I felt fucking, disturbed and, they were definitely, strung out on something. And you look at this behavior, and the fact that this guy just fucking, he was trying to break in, and then he just folded his arms and standing there. He's on something. And after seeing that, you think the kid would have, immediately left, but...
Stealth camping YouTuber Brendan Explores posted a video of him spending a night in the small village of Jaywick, England. The thing about Jaywick, however...
Oh yeah, speaking of my work, I remember some weird old guy just walked back into the, the dairy section where the refrigerator that I was working in. And, opened the door and poked his head in. Because he wanted to find something. You have the fucking... What nerve do you have? Just because you don't see anyone out on the floor. Go to the fucking cashiers and get them to call you, call whoever's working there. It was so, one of the most uncomfortable situations because he was just, peeking around. Who the fuck is that? A lot of weirdos.
It's been named as
a lot
the
of
most
weirdos out.
deprived town in all of England. The combination of high unemployment and poor living conditions has pushed many of its residents toward a life of crime. Brendan, however, wanted to see the village firsthand to decide whether it was truly as bad as the media made it out to be. His first impressions of the place were quite good, with him admiring the natural landscape surrounding the village. What he didn't realize at the time was that this lighthearted escape to the countryside would soon spiral into complete disaster. It began with him driving through the town and searching for a discreet spot to park his van so he could settle in before it got dark. He eventually found a parking lot that looked promising and decided to make it his home for the night. But it didn't take long for him to start noticing a series of red flags in the area, like people riding around with gangster rap blaring from a speaker, and a group of street racers speeding down the road right in front of the parking lot. As the evening approached, he was also left alone in the parking lot, making him a prime target for any would-be robber. So, after thinking
That
about
is
it for a few
pretty
minutes,
stupid
he thought it would be
to
best to leave the
self-camp in
parking
a
lot
town
and
like
find a more
this.
secluded spot for camping. He eventually went down a dirt trail and parked in the middle of nowhere, without any houses or major roads nearby. This turned out to be the worst decision Brendan could have made in that situation, because at around 2:30 a.m., about 4 hours after he went to sleep, he was woken up by the sound of someone walking around his van. This person then tried to open the van's sliding door. But before Brendan even had a chance to fully understand his predicament, this happened.
Hey!
Whoever this person was shattered the passenger side window before running away once Brendan started shouting. In the video's description, Brendan speculated that this person was likely trying to steal the mini refrigerator he had on the passenger seat. While this might not be entirely accurate, there's still some truth behind it. Judging by the fact—
Yeah, no, like, you think he would just immediately fucking leave. Or, like, at least, like, get his ass up, get in the fucking driver's seat, and get out of there. Because you don't know what these people have. Like, obviously, when it comes to robberies and stuff like that, people will, you know, just smash your glass in and try to take your stuff, so, like,
that the intruder fled the moment they heard Brendan,
you
it's
need
likely
to have
they were
not
simply looking to steal something.
stay in
nothing
bed
more.
like that.
As for how they managed to find his van in the middle of nowhere, it's entirely possible that they stalked him from when he was in town. However, given these circumstances, the situation could have turned out a lot worse. As one comment under the video pointed out, when you said you had found the perfect quiet spot after driving away from town down a quiet pitch-black lane in the middle of nowhere with nobody else around for miles, at that point I was absolutely terrified. How on earth you managed to go to sleep to begin with amazes me. A few blokes with their hoods pulled down and armed, and you wouldn't have stood a chance. While nothing truly tragic occurred, the experience was terrifying enough to rattle Brendan. Instead of staying the night, he drove through the darkness until daybreak just to make it back home, which was ultimately the right call. He's still making stealth camping videos, but now he's far more cautious about where he parks, especially when it comes to remote or isolated spots. In March of 2025, a camping YouTuber named Daniel Mark Brown planned a stealth camping trip in the woodlands surrounding Oswestry, England. His plan was simple: travel alongside one of the many hiking trails in the area and then go off-trail to find a good stealth spot. And this worked better than he expected, finding the perfectly hidden camping area in no time. After setting down his supplies, Daniel went to the nearby river to cook a meal before heading back to the spot he'd found earlier. By the time he came back, it was already starting to get dark, and the trail was starting to empty out, giving Daniel the peace of mind to wind down and call it a night. However, what happened next made him realize the true danger he was in. After laying out his sleeping bag, settling down, and finally falling asleep, 90 minutes had passed when he was suddenly jolted awake.
100% being spotted. Right, I'm trying to keep calm and keeping calm. I'm almost too scared to breathe here. I think a dog or something just came in.
Daniel was woken up by the cracking of branches, followed by the light from a flashlight. He eventually found the courage to unzip his sleeping bag to see who was out there.
Oh, that's right. They're looking straight at me. I am trying not to panic.
By this point, he couldn't think of anything else to do but call out to the person who was now aiming the flashlight at him. But instead of getting a reply of any kind, the person just turned around and disappeared into the woods, never to be seen again.
Hello?
They haven't been about, I haven't seen a single light now for maybe 5-10 minutes. I don't even know. I've been just trying to keep as calm as possible. But when they walked off and the light went out, I don't even know which direction they were. But somewhere in that direction. I'll forget it. Let's just go.
This experience startled him enough to quickly pack his stuff and hightail out of the wooded area. However, if the person with the flashlight had malicious intent, leaving the campsite wasn't going to be an easy task. The way they refused to respond to Daniel's hello was unsettling enough. But how they silently turned off their light and disappeared into the woods suggested they might have been hiding, waiting to ambush him to rob him, or possibly worse. That being said, it's entirely possible that the mysterious person was just someone walking their dog at night or something else completely innocent. As for why they didn't reply to Daniel, it's possible they were just as scared as he was after hearing a
That's what I was
hello
thinking.
from the darkness of the woods. However, we also can't rule out the possibility that they were trying to sneak up on Daniel for some sinister reason, only turning around once they realized they'd been spotted. Whatever the case may be, Daniel made it out of the woods safely without encountering the same person again. Ellie and Graham are an elderly duo from the UK who travel around the country in their camper van while vlogging about their adventures on YouTube. In November of 2022, they were on one of their trips when they had to urgently travel back home due to an emergency. However, they were too far away to make it back in one day. After searching online, they found a stealth camping spot on the outskirts of a town called Altrincham. It was a fairly small car park, but the couple was in a hurry, so they didn't have any other choice but to camp there for the night, hoping to get back on the road the next morning. What they didn't expect, however, was that this would spiral into the most terrifying experience of their entire camping journey. By the time they got to this location, it was already dark out. They parked their van and settled in for the night, going to sleep at around 11 p.m. But then at 1 a.m., both of them woke up to the sound of loud music blaring from a car. However, the music stopped soon after, so they brushed it off and began settling back into their bed. That's when they both heard a disturbing bang coming from their own van. It was loud enough that they thought a tree had fallen onto their van. They quickly rushed outside to see what had happened, and this was the shocking sight they came across.
Just can't believe it. We've just been woken up with a loud bang, and
What the fuck?
you dropped something on the floor there. Or was that glass? 2 bricks, and someone's just smashed Merlin's windows while we were sleeping. So no, we don't recommend this as a place to stop. They smashed the windscreen, but Graham's hoping he can drive with that. But here's us in the middle of nowhere with a broken window and a cracked windscreen. 200 miles from home.
After some investigation, they found 3 bricks around the van, which was severely damaged. The windshield was cracked, the passenger side window was completely shattered, and the van had a massive dent
fucking
behind the sliding
assholes.
door. More troubling than the physical damage to the van was the psychological impact on Ellie and Graham, who were now absolutely terrified. It's also possible that this could have been a trap designed to lure them out of the safety of their locked van. However, even after hours had passed, no one approached the couple, attempted a break-in, or made any kind of move toward them. But instead of bringing comfort, this only made the two even more unsettled. They were just attacked with multiple bricks, yet they had no idea who did it and why. After talking to the family from another camper van that was parked nearby, they learned that the attacker came in a car, as the other family heard tire screeches after the attack. Ellie and Graham also figured that this was a group effort, because despite the multiple bricks, there was only one collision sound. In other words, there were at least 3 suspects who threw bricks at the same time. Why would anyone attack an elderly couple out of nowhere and then leave without gaining anything from it? Maybe they just wanted to scare off campers for whatever reason. But if that were the case, why was the other van spared completely? Unfortunately, there's really no clues to help answer these questions. No faces were seen, no voices were heard, and no clear motive ever emerged, leaving the entire incident a complete mystery. And while Ellie and Graham were too scared to ever go stealth camping again after this incident, it seems by now they've since made a complete recovery and are back on the road again.
Good.
On the 15th of July 2022,
Yeah,
YouTuber The
fuck
Abandoned Camp...
people who are like, I'm a prank YouTuber, or I'm rambunctious, haha, I'm a silly kid, whatever. And then you destroy other people's property. Like, I don't care if you, like, annoy people for fun and, like, you know, do lighthearted shit, but, like, when you go out of your way to damage people's property and scare them like that, especially, like, elderly people or, you know, young people too, it's like, go fuck yourself. Fucking assholes.
uploaded a video of her
Genuine losers.
in an abandoned cemetery from the 1800s. Things started off quite normal as she found a clearing hidden in the thick foliage and began unpacking her camping gear. After setting up camp, she decided to explore the cemetery to pass the time until nightfall. And that's when things started to take a strange turn. As she was filming the gravestones, she began to hear what sounded like a bunch of kids screaming. She assumed she was alone in the cemetery, however, she could not have been more wrong. As she was going back to her camp, she saw a group of kids in the distance who likely knew about her presence.
So if you can't tell, it's pretty dark here, right now, but there are kids here, like young kids, in the cemetery. And I'm wondering how active this place actually is. Do people come here at night and kind of party in the forest or something? That dog kind of ruined it. Not ruined it, I shouldn't say that. The dog barking, I didn't want to disturb anybody, especially since I'm not supposed to be here. So I think I'll finish my exploring tomorrow morning. And because there seems to be still a lot of stuff here. See? Hear them? I think they know I'm here. That's not good.
At this point, she was pretty certain that the kids knew about her and were just messing with her. However, she still kept her camera rolling just in case, and even made sure that she wasn't followed back to the campsite.
I'm gonna keep this recording. Just in case. But I'm also gonna stop and find out what they're doing, if they're actually watching me or not. Oh, I can see them. I just don't want them to see where I'm going. Okay. I think they're gone.
Once back at her stealth campsite, she started a small fire to cook her food. Unfortunately, this turned out to be a huge mistake, because shortly after starting the fire, she started hearing the sound of people talking and walking toward her in the forest.
There are people walking around back here. They don't have headlamps on, but
Fuck that.
like I said in my last video, I do not like being around people in the middle of a forest, especially when it's dark out. So I might pack up and get out of here when I think the coast is clear.
It's unclear what the kids' intentions were, and we likely won't ever know, as she made the wise decision to avoid any risk by packing up her things and quickly leaving the cemetery, making sure to remain as quiet as possible.
Yeah, I mean, like, having kids scream in the cemetery. I mean, that is kind of like par for the course when it comes to, you know, kids exploring and shit like that. But that still wouldn't be the greatest when you're stealth camping. You know, like just being out there and hearing all that. It's kind of stinky. I understand reaction channels now. Like I don't really have much to say. I'm just trying to watch the videos. I'm not
In January
like
2015, a
I'm
group
not
of New
emotive
Zealand
enough.
film students were
I'm not like
recording outside
fucking
their school
NNA
at Auckland's
Productions.
Parnell railway station. The
Shit's
footage you're seeing
interesting
now
though.
was recorded
I
by a
like
student
watching
named
this.
Chris
So
Muir. For a few minutes, Chris and his friends were messing around and having fun as they filmed. But that's when the group spotted a man and a woman wearing creepy white masks hiding in the tall grass next to the station and staring ominously at the camera.
yeah.
As it was later revealed, Chris and his buddies first thought that the masked people were probably pranksters from the school trying to creep them out, which is why they can be heard laughing throughout the footage. However, the students later confessed that it was more so nervous laughter and that they were actually pretty terrified during the encounter. Disturbingly, looking at the footage, they noticed that the couple appeared to be armed. In some of the clips, it looks like one of them is holding a pistol.
Oh my god.
Where's the other one? Where's the other one? I don't see him.
As soon as the suspects got a little too close for comfort, the group ran back to the main road, after which they reportedly saw a police chopper approaching the area of the incident. It's not entirely clear who called the cops that day, but based on my research, this wasn't the first time the couple had harassed the public with their creepy masks and weapons. Earlier that week, they had terrorized a woman at Auckland's Domain Park, but left before the police were able to arrest them. When the cops arrived at the train station, Chris and his friends gave them the report, after which the Auckland Police Department uploaded a Facebook post where they urged the suspects to come forward and warned civilians to stay far away from the masked couple if they saw them. They also cautioned that if they saw someone carrying what appeared to be a weapon, they had no way of knowing if the weapon was real or fake and would be forced to approach the situation as if it were real. Shortly after that, the suspects reportedly came forward to talk to the cops. Throughout the investigation, the authorities didn't release a whole lot of information to the public about who these people were, whether their weapons were real, or what their intentions were. But one thing we know for sure is that this wasn't just an innocent prank. In fact, when a lot of people online started accusing the students of staging a prank just to get attention, a spokesperson from the school came forward to clarify that the masked suspects had nothing to do with the institute. According to an article from Vice, a police spokesperson later confirmed that the weapons were fake. But I wasn't able to find any official confirmation of this, and to this day, not a lot of people know who the suspects were or why they were terrorizing the public for no reason.
Couple of assholes, you know.
Whatever the case, it's a good thing Chris and his friends were able to get away before things took a turn for the worse. Near the base of Mount Fuji in Japan lies a forest that's known among the locals as the Sea of Trees. Interestingly, the entire forest grew out of a 30 square kilometer patch of hardened lava that was laid down by the last major eruption of Mount Fuji. A little more disturbingly though, over the years the Sea of Trees has become known as a place where people go to take their own lives. And if you venture far enough into the forest, it's not uncommon at all to find
Be really
body.
funny if it
Near the
was the
entrance
Logan
of the
Paul
forest,
video
a sign
specifically.
written in Japanese reads, "Quietly think once more about your parents, siblings, and children. Please don't suffer alone, and first reach out." In July 2017, urban explorer and YouTuber Burbex ventured into the forest to see what he'd find, walking his viewers through his entire journey into the Sea of Trees. But even though the video starts out tame enough, just a few minutes into his exploration, the uploader comes across an abandoned bike, and that's when things get a little disturbing.
I'm only a few meters away from the road right now, but I've already found an abandoned bike. It's actually a pretty nice bike. Let's take a look at it. I don't think it's been here a long time. What do we got in here? And
oh,
packet for a knife.
Oh,
I think I've just found some kind of note in a bag. It says 1211. I can't quite make out. I think this is somebody's name just here. And I'm not sure what this means.
On top of the bike, Burbex finds an empty piece of packaging for a kitchen knife, and a few minutes later, he comes across a note written on a plastic bag. The note translates to 1211 verified, Fuji Yoshida Police Station verified, meaning it's likely evidence of someone who abandoned their stuff to take their own life in the forest, confirmed by the local police station. It's incredibly haunting to think how many lives have been lost in that forest over the years, and even more disturbing to think that any random passerby could easily find the body while exploring the terrain. Over the years, the Japanese government has implemented several measures, such as placing security cameras near the entrance to track those who walk inside, as well as training volunteers to talk to the visitors who are thinking of taking their lives. Still, this hasn't stopped people from following through with it, and the fact that the media has really played a big part in sensationalizing the forest in recent years hasn't helped either. In early 2023, a man named David Meredith was taking his usual evening stroll through his neighborhood in Red Deer, Canada, when he suddenly saw a bull moose eating next to a tree. Hoping to catch a better glimpse, he hid behind the tree to watch. And that's when the moose turned around and started charging him. To understand how incredibly dangerous this is, keep in mind that an adult male moose can run faster than 35 miles per hour, which is almost twice as fast as the max speed for the average human male. Even though moose aren't generally aggressive, they can easily trample and kill a human if they feel threatened, which is probably what happened here. Fearing for his life, David hoisted himself up the tree next to him to avoid getting stabbed by the moose's antlers.
He just ran me up a tree.
Oh, they couldn't?
As soon as he was out of the moose's reach,
the average Smash Cord user is probably like built like a fucking twig, bro. Yeah, I could beat a moose hand-to-hand combat, you know.
He started recording.
Fucking 14
For about
feet
30
monsters
seconds, the moose
that,
just stares
like,
at
you know,
David,
just easily
and
kill
you
me.
can hear the uploader's nervous breathing as he waits for the moose to leave. But shortly after, the moose starts charging back and forth with its head down, which is a clear sign that it's stressed and would probably trample David if he were to come down or fall from the tree. Based on what he mentioned to the news station that interviewed him a couple of days later, David stayed in the tree for over 10 minutes waiting for the moose to leave him alone.
Absolutely.
When asked how he climbed up the tree, he demonstrated how he pulled himself up by a flimsy-looking branch, which is honestly one of the most concerning parts of this whole situation. That branch breaks, and David would have been at the mercy of a very angry moose and might not have lived to tell the tale. Luckily, after seeing that David wasn't coming down, the moose finally gave up and ran off, thanks to which the uploader was able to come down safely after waiting it out for around an extra half hour. In February 2018, a man named Greg Harris uploaded a GoPro video of himself riding his ATV on an unnamed trail. For the first few seconds, the footage shows pretty much exactly what you'd expect from this kind of upload. But in the blink of an eye, something extremely disturbing interrupts Greg's ATV ride.
What?
If you didn't catch it, someone had set up a metal wire between the two trees, which got caught in the uploader's helmet and forced him to stop. It's pretty disturbing to think that if Greg hadn't been so lucky, he could have been decapitated by the wire. Fortunately, as mentioned in the video description, his speed, along with the wire hitting his helmet instead of his neck, caused it to break as he passed through it. It might seem shocking that anyone would even think of doing something as incredibly evil as setting up a lethal booby trap in the middle of an ATV trail. but sadly, it's actually pretty common in the dirt bike and ATV community. Sometimes these wires are set up by people trying to keep bikers off their property. Others are set up by psychos who get irritated by the noise and decide to use violence to fix the issue. And the rest are set up by people who are just messed up in the head and want to bring harm to others for no reason. In this case, it's impossible to tell who is responsible for setting up the trap. This is just one of those videos where if the wire was set up just slightly lower, the accident could have easily been fatal. Luckily, he was able to walk away with minimal injuries, and he used his video as a way to warn others to watch out for these kinds of traps, especially when riding through trees. Back in the summer of 2014, a man named Chris was biking in the mountains near Fernie, British Columbia, when he suddenly noticed what appeared to be an animal approaching him in the tall grass. Immediately, he realized it was a mountain lion, and that's when he started recording.
I don't know if you can see it, but there's a mountain lion. He's crouching in the grass. He's actually coming towards me.
At first, it's kind of hard to see where exactly the animal is, but as Chris walks towards the trail, you can see it emerging from the grass coming closer.
That is a mountain lion, and he's stalking me.
Even though mountain lion sightings are rare, they have been known to attack people in certain situations. And let's just say, if you see one stalking you in the tall grass, slowly approaching as it stares you down, you can be pretty certain that you're in danger. About 2 minutes into the footage, the lion starts walking a little faster, and Chris does the one thing you never do with a mountain lion by turning his back and starting to run.
Hey, Mr. Mountain Lion. How are you
Just
doing?
chilling.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I am much bigger than you.
Over the next couple of minutes, Chris tries to get the animal to go away, but it only walks around him and continues to stalk him, staring him down in the tall grass near the entrance to the woods.
Yep.
A couple of minutes later, the uploader manages to take a few steps toward the main trail back to his car, but he doesn't get too far before the mountain lion cuts him off again.
Stay back. Stay there. I'm not afraid of you.
Fortunately, after a few moments of tension, the mountain lion turns around and disappears into the trees. Being in a position like that has to be downright terrifying,
Just wanted to chill.
especially when you consider that the only reason the lion didn't attack was because it didn't want to. And had it felt more threatened, it easily could have done some serious damage.
Yep.
Thankfully, it was just a close call, and Chris was able to walk away from the terrifying encounter unharmed.
Yeah, no, like, dude literally ran away while I was stalking him. That's the last thing you should do. I was genuinely surprised the mountain lion didn't, like, actually pounce on him. Just, you know, kept the pace, stared at him. He just wanted to chill. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I feel that there are a lot of animals that you're supposed to do that with. One that you're not supposed to do that with are like fucking primates and gorillas, because they take that as a challenge and they will do terrible things to you. But like
In March
bears
2019, a 5-year-old girl
and
from Fairlawn, New
mountain
Jersey,
lions
was
and
playing
shit
with
like
her
that,
friends near a
you're supposed
creek
to
in a
like
wooded area behind their home.
be
and walk
as
around to
intimidating
avoid.
as possible, I think.
This was an area the family knew very well, as they'd been living there for 13 years, and the girl's father, Dave Carota, and his wife felt completely safe letting their kid play in the woods.
They're smart enough to know, like, if you don't make eye contact and you, like, you know,
But
bow
at
your head down like this, you're not aggressive, you're not
some point
contesting
during that
them,
particular
you know,
afternoon, the girl came across a pile
and they'll
of
be chill.
clothing in the woods, after which she immediately ran back to tell her dad what she had found. Strangely, the clothes appeared to have been cut off a person's body, and there were suspicious red stains all over the tattered, shredded outfit. After confirming the bundle consisted only of women's clothing, Dave called the Bergen County Sheriff's Office and reported the incident, feeling like it was just too out of the ordinary for a random pile of cut-up clothes to appear near the entrance of the
Chimps
woods
are
so close
insanely
to his home.
dangerous.
Even though this was the first time their daughter saw
Gorillas
the
are
clothes,
like
it appeared
built
they had
like
been in
brick
the woods
houses,
for
but they
several months,
will.
which explains some of the excessive
They're like
wear and
more
tear,
civil
but not the
than
suspicious
some
cuts
of the
and
other
stains
primates.
all over the outfit. Immediately, Fairlawn police started asking the public if they could identify the clothes, hoping that it was just a prank rather than something more sinister. Unfortunately, nobody came forward, and until the clothes can be linked to some sort of crime or to a victim, they can't be accepted for testing by the police department. To this day, the cops from the Fairlawn Police Department haven't been able to match the clothing to anyone in particular. And at this point, all we can do is hope that whoever those clothes belonged to did not come to the harrowing fate that the dark reddish stains imply.
I think that's the one we already watched.
On the morning of August Since 2017, a YouTuber named Phil has been uploading videos of his hiking trips to his channel Hike Slam, where he gives his viewers a glimpse into everything he does to prepare for a long hike, camp alone in the middle of the woods, choose the right hiking gear, and pretty much everything related to the outdoors. On the night before Thanksgiving 2021, Phil went on an overnight hike to camp.
Yeah, real quick with gorillas, I remember there's some pretty fucking scary videos because people are really stupid, especially tourists. So I remember seeing a video of like a guide, taking people on gorilla watching, and the fucking idiots wouldn't stop staring at them. And the gorilla, like, fucking beat his chest to show, like, he's getting angry. He wants them to fucking leave. And some of them still wouldn't leave. They're just like, with their fucking cameras just going like this, Like, the gorilla, thankfully, was really patient. But they were fucking idiots. They should have got their asses beat.
Trail near his house in Virginia. For the first half
The guide's
hour of his
telling you to
hike,
go, the
things kick
gorilla's
off
telling
pretty
you to go.
normal,
He's like,
but after a while, he finds some odd-looking trash lying on the
agitated.
side of the trail.
Fucking
Strangely,
leave.
there appears to be some writing on some of the containers he finds, which appear to be song lyrics, though it's hard to imagine why anyone would go through the trouble of writing out entire songs or poems on a plastic container only to later throw it on the side of the trail.
Art
As he
project.
crosses the boundary into the wilderness, things continue to get stranger and stranger, and as he nears the campsite, Phil finds another series of disturbing notes.
The weirdness continues. What the? And there's a dead duck here.
Oh no, get out of there. Fuck.
Some of the notes appear to contain cryptic poems, others seem to talk about pretty in-depth conspiracy theories and undercover federal agents or something, and the rest appear to be biographical, with whoever wrote them telling parts of their story. It's tough to confirm if the person
duck
who
was
wrote
just
the notes
sleeping,
was
don't
the
worry.
same person who killed the duck, but
No,
honestly,
that's
it'd
in
be
the
too
sleep
much of a
duck.
coincidence
That's in
for
the
the
sleep
dead
duck,
duck
don't
to
worry.
be lying right there next to the series of creepy notes, which were obviously placed there recently considering they're in good condition.
I feel like the
and not
duck wrote all those notes
After
and then took a
taking in
nap.
the eerie
You know what I mean?
scene, Phil notices a tarp and a fire next to a campsite about 20 yards away from the notes and the dead duck. Staying as far
Sleeping
away as
duck.
possible from the campsite, he continues making his way up to a shelter. Although this next part wasn't caught on camera, Phil then reported that he saw two women coming down the trail with their dog, asking him if he had seen the guy who was leaving the creepy notes and dead animals on the side of the trail. When Phil mentioned he saw a campsite and a fire a few yards away from the notes, the woman got scared and asked him to walk back to their car with them. Thinking it was probably a good idea to move as far away as possible from the campsite anyway, Phil went back with them and then started hiking in the other direction to find a safer place to spend the night. Fortunately, the rest of his hike to the new shelter was a lot more uneventful for Phil, and once he got there, he was able to set up a camp for the night, light a fire, and enjoy his dinner miles away from the disturbing notes he found. A few minutes later, once it got dark, Phil decided to go into the shelter and check out the camp log and see some of the notes and stories other hikers had left behind, and that's when things get extremely creepy again.
I'm gonna check out the shelter log here. I hang out by the fire. Almost every shelter on the Appalachian Trail has a shelter log where people write in their trail names and what's going on. They can write whatever they want in there. So it's kind of cool tradition here. So let's see what this one says. Little engine, back section. Hiking again finally. It's nice and little trail magic. Some comics and writing and stuff. Alright, let's see what's happened recently. Holy crap.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Well, I'm adjust the camera here. This writing looks almost exactly like the writing that was on that garbage a couple of miles from here.
Even though the shelter where Phil's currently staying at is more than 2 miles away and on the other side of the road from the previous one, the handwriting in the camp log is exactly the same as the handwriting that was on the notes and garbage on the other side of the road. This is pretty disturbing in itself, but it gets even more so when Phil starts to actually read some of the content in the logbook.
In 2018, while I was incarcerated at the Okaloosa County Jail.
Yep.
What the heck? In solitary confinement, I figured the following out. Refer to Isaiah 28:15 through 9. This is the same ramblings
of Borb
from the guy that was on the other side of the river. That's kind of scary. Kind of weird. Those women down there said they were going to call the police on the guy. Wow, this is weird. It's just like it goes in one direction, then immediately goes in a completely different direction. And there's just so much of it. Like this line up here. Think grave robbery in an attempt to obscure the reality of little Mrs. Wolf. Content. Come up with some more of those wicked schemes, JB and company, so I can show some more of your true character.
The fact that there's a convicted felon walking around the woods leaving dark and weird notes all over the place is extremely concerning, and based on the kinds of stuff the guy is writing, he's probably not in his right mind. This could obviously be dangerous for Phil, especially since it's already pretty dark and he doesn't appear to have anything to defend himself with. As he gets ready to go to sleep in his tent, Phil walks back to the shelter once more, where he finds half a Gatorade bottle hanging from a string on the ceiling with a note in the same guy's handwriting that reads, "Watch out for Yeet Mouse. The dead do walk and talk." Understandably creeped out by yet another disturbing note, Phil tries to fall asleep in his tent, obviously a little on edge from everything that happened that day. The last thing you'd want to happen if you were in Phil's position would probably be to start hearing strange noises near the shelter.
Haggard and his iconic pet duck.
And that's exactly what happened.
Nerp.
While he was falling asleep, he heard something moving near the shelter, and as he poked his head out of the tent, he saw a single guy with a headlamp walking around the shelter. Not wanting to find out if it was the same guy who had been leaving notes, he quietly made his way back to the truck in the middle of the night, checking over his shoulder the entire way to make sure he wasn't being followed. Luckily, he made it back home safely, and as of 2024, he hasn't uploaded another video about the strange notes he found on the Appalachian Trail. It's pretty likely that dozens of other hikers after him came across the disturbing notes and the dead duck, but we'll probably never know who exactly the guy who wrote them
stop
was,
lingering on
or what he
the
would
pet
have done if
duck.
he ran into any unsuspecting campers. Grizzly Gaz is a camping channel on YouTube consisting of dozens of videos featuring
Which there was a
Gaz,
typo.
the uploader, going on
don't mind
hiking and
that.
camping
Don't mind
trips
that.
in the
I didn't
UK
know.
with his French bulldog named Fendi. In a lot of his videos, he goes camping in some pretty extreme conditions, and he often shows footage of his unexpected encounters with big animals in the middle of the woods. In April 2023, Gaz uploaded a video of a camping trip he made somewhere in the woods in the UK. The first part of the
He was
camping
making
trip goes pretty much according to
Dead
plan,
Bart
with the
reference.
footage showing Gaz setting up his tent and chopping wood to make a fire while his dog Fendi keeps him company as the sun begins to set. This next part wasn't shown in the footage, but as Gaz started to prepare his steak dinner over the fire, a random man in jeans and a coat approached his campsite and asked him for a beer and some food.
Right, we've got steaks on go now. Bit of ribeye, pot boiling for some mash, and I've got a visitor. Creeped up behind me asking me if I had a light in my pants. This is Martin anyway. I don't know him, but he's stopping for a steak, so...
Just some random crate wandering about.
You weren't round here in a poncho a couple of months ago, were you?
I don't think I was. I could have been.
Although the encounter with the man itself was pretty tame, it's still pretty creepy to be camping in the woods in the middle of nowhere and suddenly be approached by a random guy asking for things. If you listen closely to what he's saying, some of the guy's sentences are a little incoherent, and he appears to ramble a bit when he talks, almost like he's kind of out of it. Later in the footage, Gaz reveals that Martin was homeless, and that as they shared their dinner, he told Gaz his story about how he had ruined his life with drugs and how he had ended up walking alone in the woods that day. Disturbingly, Gaz also mentioned that while they were having dinner, he turned around for a few seconds to chop some more wood to keep the fire going, and when he turned back around, Martin had left the campsite unannounced without even thanking Gaz for the food.
What the fuck?
After the strange encounter, the uploader decided to leave the campsite and head home out of fear that the man would possibly tell his friends about meeting some guy camping out in the middle of the woods with expensive filming equipment lying around and suggest robbing him or possibly worse. To see if Martin would come back in the middle of the night with possibly ill intentions, Gaz actually left a trail camera on the tree at the campsite to capture everything that happened that night. Based on his behavior, it's pretty hard to gauge Martin's intentions and know whether he was just confused and possibly under the influence, or if he had something more sinister planned that evening. Either way, it's probably a good thing that Gaz left the campsite and didn't go back until the next morning, especially since, when he did go back, his trail camera that he had left was completely gone. Creepy Outdoors is a channel where the uploader frequently shows footage of his nighttime visits to sketchy outdoor locations during all 4 seasons.
I'll be right back, just getting some water. see him. That was my dog Dakota, and he wanted to be on stream for a second. Maybe you can see him. Let's see. Everybody. No, he's just slinking around. I don't think you'd see him. Anyways.
In October 2022, Creepy Outdoors uploaded a video of a camping trip he took to an unnamed forest in the middle of nowhere, recording everything he saw as he explored some of the surrounding woods in the darkness. For the first few minutes, all you can hear is the guy's breathing, and you can't help but be kind of amazed at how brave it is to visit a dark forest in the middle of nowhere all alone, not knowing if you're going to run into potentially hostile animals or something else. As the video progresses, the uploader makes a few comments and observations on his surroundings, and throughout the footage there doesn't appear to be anyone else in the forest with him. Around 13 minutes in though, an extremely disturbing sound takes the footage in a pretty dark direction.
No.
Oh, hi. What? I need to get out. Oh, hi.
No.
Oh, hi.
Probably.
What? I need to get out of here. Oh, boy. Oh. Okay. That was creepy. I need to get out of here.
In the distance, probably a couple of 100 feet away from the uploader, a voice yells, "I see you." It's possible that the disturbing sound was made by a coyote or a fox, but because it sounded so much like "I see you," it could have also been another camper trying to mess with the uploader and scare him. Because the YouTuber had been talking and making noise almost the whole time, he might have inadvertently alerted someone else who may have wanted to play a prank on him just for the fun of it. Still, it's hard to imagine why anyone else would be wandering in the same secluded part of the woods as the uploader. What's most disturbing is that the person or animal or whatever it was that made the noise appeared to yell out right after the guy turned off his lamp, almost as if they were waiting for that to happen to yell out something disturbing. Luckily, the uploader was able to make it back to his campsite safely and has continued uploading outdoor footage to this day. Sam is a YouTuber from Cleveland, Ohio, who's been uploading videos of his stealth camping trips to his channel, The Northwest Wind, since 2016. For those of you who don't know, stealth camping just means parking your camper van pretty much anywhere without paying for parking, and people do it anywhere from residential neighborhoods to the middle of nowhere. In January 2024, Sam uploaded footage of his stealth camping trip to the woods in Cleveland, leaving his camper van at a local dog park a few hundred yards away. On his way into the woods, he finds a camping tent that's been shredded to pieces, which is honestly a little creepy, but he keeps going anyway. After setting up his tent in the woods, he starts cooking dinner on a camping stove. As the sun starts to set, he sees a couple of people walking by the campsite, and this is when he mentions that he's getting a bad vibe and feels like he's possibly in danger from them. Most experienced campers would probably tell you that if your gut is telling you something's wrong, you should probably call it a day and leave, but Sam decided to stick it out for the night and kept on recording. As soon as he settles down in his tent to get some sleep, things start to get very creepy.
There's somebody, hang on. I don't know if they can see it or not through the tent. I don't think so. I'm leaning right up against the light, but somebody's walking around out there very close to the tent.
As the seconds pass by, the footsteps outside seem to get louder and louder. At one point, Sam calls out to whoever's out there, but at first he doesn't get a response. It's only after he calls out for about the 5th time that every camper's worst nightmare starts to become a reality for Sam.
They're walking around outside in circles.
Hello? Hello? Alright, I don't like this. Hello? Hello?
They're touching my tent. Stop. Hello? Hello? Alright, I'm getting out of here. Hello? Hello? I don't know what this is, but we're getting out of here. Hang on. Hello? Okay, they're walking away now. What do you want? What do you want? I have a knife. Where's my knife? You're with me. With me here. Holy crap. Get away. What do you want? Hello? I can't see you. Hello? Alright, I'm getting out of here. We're getting out of here.
One thing that a lot of people in the comments of Sam's video have pointed out is that if you're being stalked or attacked by a stranger in the middle of the woods, it's probably not a good idea to show weakness by saying things like, "I can't see you, I'm spooked, and I don't like this." After this,
Well,
the
he's
attackers
obviously
apparently
scared.
leave the campsite, but as soon as he steps out of the tent, Sam sees them standing eerily in the woods just a few feet away from him.
They collapsed my tent on me. I don't know which way they went. I think they went this way. I see you. Get away! Alright, I'm spooked. I don't like this. Get my headlamp on and we're getting out of here right now. They're just standing there. They're just standing there. What do you want? Leave me alone!
Completely freaking out after the disturbing encounter, he obviously decides to call it a night and head back to his van in the park, but things only continue to get worse for Sam.
Alright, they're moving again. I don't know, I'm getting out of here. We're going. I'll come back for this some other time. Alright, get out of here. I'm leaving, don't follow me! I don't know where to go. I don't know which way to get out of here. I smell your cigarette, I can hear you! I hear you!
As he's making his way back to the park, he looks back at the campsite and sees the attackers stealing his things, but he decides to leave his stuff behind, terrified for his life. As he's running through the woods now, he turns back and sees his attackers chasing him.
This has got to lead back to the main trail. I don't know where they are. It's all foggy up here. I got water in my headlamp. I don't know where to go. I don't see or hear anybody anymore. I hear them coming. Can't see the shadow. Here's a path. Okay, get me there. I'm recording all of this. I'm calling up police. All right, I'm back on the path. Back on the path.
Yeah, the sleeping duck.
Okay. Okay.
Video's fucked.
Get away from me!
After making it back to his van safely, he drove home and gave his viewers a recap of everything that happened. As you can imagine, a lot of people in the comments accused the uploader of staging the video, mentioning that nobody in their right mind would continue to record as they sprint through the woods in the dark. But his reaction seems pretty genuine to me. Different people act different ways in situations of stress. As for who the two guys who stalked and attacked him were and what they wanted, it's really anyone's guess.
Yeah, come on, man.
If
Why
what
didn't
they
you
did to
react
Sam was
perfectly?
some
Why
kind
did
of
you show
joke,
vulnerability
it's a
when you're
pretty messed up
scared
joke
for
to
your
play
life?
on someone.
You know?
But because the uploader confirmed that they didn't end up stealing his stuff when he went back the following
Fucking
morning,
commenters,
it's
bro.
also clear that looting the campsite wasn't really their main focus. We can't really know what they would have done to him if he hadn't run from the campsite, but at any rate, it's probably a good thing he did. Love Sundays is a camping channel on YouTube run by a guy named Sean, who uploads some pretty cool footage of his solo camping trips everywhere in the UK. In February 2024, he uploaded a video where he left his van on the side of the road next to the woods, and then went to do some exploring, jumping over a fence to walk through the woods. After that, Sean makes his way back to his van to make dinner, where he then heads out once again for an evening stroll through the woods. Upon his return to the van, he goes to bed at about 9 p.m., but at 3 in the morning, things start to get a little disturbing.
All being well, I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Thought he was going to kiss the camera.
Just pulled up, and it sounds like they're walking around the van.
As soon as Sean pulls back the curtains, the people who were walking around the van get back in their car. When he put his head out the window to see what was going on, the car drove away, leaving him alone for the rest of the night. It wasn't until the next morning that Sean realized what the visitors had done to his van.
Right, well, I think we should at least go outside and see how miserable the weather is. My door's stuck. What the actual... See that? So there's obviously just people wanting to talk about and just be funny, I guess, but how dangerous is that, locking someone in their van? Let me check the back door. Well, there's nothing on this one because they wouldn't have been able to tie it to anything, would they? There's no way they could have done that door anyway.
Why someone would want to lock a stranger in their van is anyone's guess, and the only reasonable explanation I can think of is that maybe they were trying to steal the diesel from the van and put the zip ties on the door in case Sean realized what was happening and attempted to get out to stop them. It could have also been a local who didn't want anyone parking their camping van in that area, but we'll likely never know. Luckily, after he cut the zip ties off, he made it back home unharmed and has continued uploading videos of his camping adventures in the UK. The FactsByHowToHunt.com is a channel dedicated to sharing knowledge about the outdoors and encouraging people to explore the wilderness. In January 2022, a pretty terrifying video was uploaded to the channel in which a group of teenagers can be seen reacting to some strange sounds coming from somewhere in the woods.
You hear it? Get Trevor. Austin, get the light. Hey! That was not an elk.
Definitely not an elk.
Get my keys. Ah, get ready. Everybody, get in my truck.
When you're out in the woods in the middle of the night, it can be easy to mistake certain animal noises with human screams. Foxes, coyotes, and bobcats are all known to make sounds that can sometimes be hard to tell apart from human yelling. But in this case, I don't know of any animal that can make that kind of noise, especially when you consider how loud the banging on the trees was. Elk are
I
known
like
to
how they
rub their
don't even
antlers
ping
against
anyone,
trees,
right?
but it obviously doesn't
They don't
sound
ping
that loud or
people here.
menacing. A lot
It's
of
always
people in the
like,
comments of the video have
at
mentioned that the
6
sounds aren't too
HQ,
different from human screams,
you
and
know.
it could have just been a man screaming in the woods in the middle of the night, although
Still
that's
gonna
also
add that
pretty
to my
messed up
word
in
filter.
itself. Even though some viewers have claimed the video is staged, the uploader's reactions seem pretty genuine in this case, and the only thing we can say for sure is that it's probably a good thing that the guys didn't run into whoever or whatever was making those noises.
It had to have been a crazy, like, hillbilly or something doing those fucking wolf calls in the middle of the night. I like how a lot of this is, like, specifically more realistic shit, too. You don't see any, like, ghost videos or anything like that. I think we might end with this one, but let's see. Done a lot of forest videos. Let's try this one.
Christopher Brian Hill is an urban explorer with a YouTube channel called Urbex Hill. Over the past 10 years, he's been uploading raw footage of his visits to some of the creepiest abandoned buildings in the country, often running into unexpected and sometimes life-threatening situations. Urban explorers like Chris face many dangers. From aggressive stray dogs to hostile squatters to respiratory risks and unsound structures, venturing into an unfamiliar abandoned building is much more risky than it might sound. It's obviously much safer to explore abandoned buildings in the light of day and with a group of friends, but in most of his videos, Chris explores at night and always alone.
That is not smart
In
at all.
June 2022, he visited the
That is
abandoned
not
Westinghouse
smart at all.
electric factory located in Cleveland, Ohio. Built more than a century ago, the factory originally consisted of 7 different buildings, but most of them have been demolished by now. Even though the Westinghouse Company was established in 1886, it didn't reach Cleveland until 1894. Founded by Thomas Edison, Westinghouse is best known for the notable engineers who worked for the company, including Nikola Tesla and William Stanley. For several decades, the Westinghouse Company rivaled General Electric, and it was last used as a lighting equipment production plant before its abandonment in 1979. For the past 4.5 decades, the abandoned factory has been one of the hottest urban exploration locations for curious explorers and YouTubers. In 2012, the factory started receiving even more attention after the Black Widow interrogation scene from the first movie of the Avengers was shot there. 10 years later, Chris made the trip to the abandoned factory and recorded everything he saw. As Chris begins exploring, there doesn't seem to be anyone around, and only the sound of crickets can be heard in the darkness as he walks around the outside of the building. Disturbingly, the sound of gunshots can be heard in the distance less than 5 minutes into the recording. It's worth mentioning that for the past few years, Cleveland has been ranked as one of the top 10 most dangerous cities in the US, making this visit to the abandoned factory even more risky.
I hear somebody shooting. That's Cleveland. Wow. That's crazy. It's not even that far away from here. Oh, that sounds like a shootout.
Chris has experience exploring everything from abandoned mental hospitals and sanatoriums to vacant occult temples, and he shrugs off the fear as he enters the creepy building. Just like in many abandoned buildings, Chris finds a mattress on the floor, meaning at least one person has been sleeping there recently. As he captures footage of the first floor and walks up the stairs to the second floor, all that can be heard in the eerie darkness is the sound of his footsteps. A few minutes later, Chris goes down to the basement, and the footage becomes increasingly creepier as Chris runs into a series of dead ends under the leaky, moldy ceiling.
Again, like the narrator said, like, you know, going with a group of friends and doing this during the daytime is the safest way to do it if you are to do something so, you know, something so foolish. But he's doing it at night in a dangerous city with gunshots going on, and he's still in here. Like, this guy's crazy.
Maybe it's an animal. There's animals down here.
At several points during his exploration of the basement, he can be heard making comments about a strange noise coming from somewhere on that floor, and at first he seems to think it's an animal. Alarmingly, he finds a few shell casings on the ground from what was probably a 9mm handgun. Although it would be pretty unsettling to find something like this lying on the ground in an abandoned factory basement, it's worth mentioning that police departments often use abandoned buildings and complexes for training exercises. However, in this case, it's impossible to know if that's really what happened. Shortly after, he comes across a series of disturbing messages on the walls. He continues recording as he walks down narrow corridors, and this is where things get a lot more disturbing.
This place is so wet. Oh, you scared the out of me. Yo. You need some help, bro?
Get the fuck out of there! What are you doing?
Yo.
Get.
He's
After about 20 minutes of exploring, the visit takes a very dark turn as Chris runs into a hunched over man without a light at the far end.
Someone should recreate this video, except it's the recorder is Pomni and that's Jax in the corner
Of the room. He calls out to him and asks if he needs any help.
Dude,
but the man doesn't
fucking
move or
leave. Like,
respond.
why would you even
Chris
do that?
decides to leave him
Why
alone.
would you even alert him to your presence?
Understandably, Chris's breathing can be heard getting louder and heavier after the extremely unsettling encounter, but things were only about to get more disturbing for him.
I'm gonna help that dude out. I'm gonna give this dude a $20 bill.
No, you.
Yo. Hey, I got some money for you. He's not there, and he's not responding.
About 4 minutes later, Chris decides to go back to help the man out by giving him a $20 bill. But
Stupid
alarmingly,
idiot.
when he goes back to the room, the man is no longer there.
Go.
This
Leave.
could be incredibly dangerous, as squatters are known to behave aggressively toward unwanted visitors. And because they know the place better than anyone else, they can easily hide in the shadows and attack or scare visitors when they least expect it. One theory that many viewers seem to favor was that maybe the man was not a homeless person at all, but a gang member who was hiding from the shootout that could be heard at the beginning of the video. However, it's impossible to confirm if this was actually the case, and it seems pretty unlikely given his strange behavior. As he continues searching for the man, Chris notices bats flying around the basement, and things get even more eerie at this point.
There's a lot of bats down here, too.
Right when he walks into one of the rooms, if you look closely at the far left of the screen, you can actually see the man from earlier standing in what used to be a door frame, staring at Chris in the darkness. Alarmingly, Chris doesn't notice and continues walking. It's impossible to know how long the man had been following him, and in these kind of situations, it can be hard to gauge the squatter's intentions. A few minutes later, the squatter can be seen walking outside as cars pass by the side of the building. At one point, Chris mentions he thinks the guy said hello, but it can't be heard clearly through the camera audio. Just when he decides to head out, he hears a cell phone vibrate, indicating that there are more people down there with him hiding in the darkness. Having had enough disturbing encounters for the night, he decides to play it safe, and fortunately he was able to leave the building unharmed. He never found out who that man was, and since then he hasn't uploaded another video of the Westinghouse factory. This video was recorded in Tartu, Estonia, and uploaded to YouTube in August of 2016.
Let me call out to the guy that's tweaking in the corner in an abandoned building in the middle of the night, and then let me go back there and try to give him money.
After fulfilling its purpose for 80 years, the site was decommissioned.
That video
in
had to have been saved.
1995.
No way this guy was
The
that
building remained
stupid.
abandoned for 23 years until in 2018 it was fully renovated and turned into a beauty salon, which is still operating as of this video's upload in 2023. In August of 2016, the uploader visited the abandoned location with 3 friends. Upon entering the building, you can see that it looks exactly what you would expect a building that's been abandoned for 21 years to look like. There's an insane amount of mold growing freely on the walls, the heaters are covered in a thick layer of rust, the floor is full of holes, and the entire structure looks like it could collapse at any second. Throughout the video, the teenage explorers also run into some disturbing messages on the walls. An especially eerie one reads, "You can't hide," and there are also several creepy drawings of stick figures graffitied on the walls in some of the other rooms. For the first few minutes of the visit, other than the disturbing messages and some loose shoes and other personal belongings, there doesn't seem to be any indication that somebody could be living there or had even visited the location recently. However, about 20 minutes into the visit, one of the teenagers finds a door frame covered by a curtain, and they decide to explore the room. As one of the explorers shines a flashlight into the room, a gut-wrenching scream can be heard coming from the shadows. Immediately, the 4 teenagers run out of the building in a panic. When they finally step outside, the sun is already set, and the boys get into the car to flee from the location. Although the explorer was too busy running to show footage of the screaming man, it's more than likely that it was a homeless resident of the abandoned building who wasn't expecting visitors. Still, it must have been extremely disturbing to experience something like that, even if they went together as a group.
Said that. Dude, what if they shine the light in that room and it was Fat Vector from the
After that
Sonic
day in
Cross Worlds.
2016, the boys never went back to the abandoned sauna again.
He was the one yelling like that. It was just Fat Vector.
In March of 2022, YouTubers Meg and Chris uploaded a new video to their channel, Back in Time MC,
Yeah.
in which they showed footage of their visit to a rundown old farmhouse somewhere in the UK. In the caption, they mentioned that they found an entry point through an open window around the side of the house. Based on the state of disarray the farmhouse is in, it's clear that nobody has been maintaining it for quite some time. The floor is covered in leaves and cobwebs, the shoes look dusty and unused, and there are even a couple of dead animals lying on the floor, along with some shotgun shells lying on top of a bedside table. The only clues that indicate somebody could have been at the location relatively recently are that one of the light bulbs in one of the bedrooms looks relatively new, and some of the clothes in the closet look only gently used. Based on the pictures that Chris finds on different shelves and hung up on the walls, it appears as if a family of at least 4 children used to live in the farmhouse. As the couple continues with the exploration, they walk into one of the upstairs bedrooms, where they find something very unexpected.
Thin, narrow piece of carpet that comes all the way across. Absolutely nuts. Maybe we'll come into this bedroom here. And wow.
Can I help you?
Oh my god! Hello! You're alive!
What?
You know, man,
You live in here. You can't live in here. Yeah? You
No.
can't. But we can't. Live
We
in
thought it was
here.
abandoned. We thought it was abandoned.
You can't live in here.
When he first walked into the room, Kristen noticed that there was someone asleep in the bed.
You alright? Ah, you can't live in here. Yeah, I can.
It wasn't until Meg walked in and made a noise that the woman sleeping in the bed woke up and gave them the scare of their life. Although the uploaders blurred the woman's face out of respect for her privacy, it's clear that she's pretty old. During the conversation, she tells the couple that she doesn't have any family that could take her to live somewhere else less depressing. Out of sheer kindness, Chris and Meg keep the lady company and try their best to understand her situation. She introduces herself as Jane, and over the next 10 minutes they ask her questions about how she ended up living all alone in an abandoned farmhouse. Thanks to the couple's empathy, the initial shock of being startled by the sleeping old lady and seeing her living in such terrible conditions quickly turns into a heartwarming moment in which the three of them talk about each other's lives.
What happened was I came here to help somebody.
Okay.
And this is only for a week I'm coming.
Yeah.
And that was 1993.
Oh god.
Wow, she's been here nearly 30 years.
Disturbingly, Jane mentioned she's been living in the abandoned farmhouse for 30 years, and even though Chris and Meg offer to help her, bring her food, and buy her clean clothes and sheets, she seems hesitant to accept anything from them, claiming that she's fine living the way she does. She mentions that even though it's not her house, the men who work at the farmhouse know she's there and they bring her food and water every day. In a touching moment at the end, the couple agrees with Jane to visit her again soon. This would have been a happy ending to the story, but Chris and Meg included a caption at the end of the video that cast the situation in a more disturbing light. The caption reads, "I did a lot of research to try and find the name of the farm and whom it was owned by. Luckily, I got the information needed, and I even got a message from someone who knew the farmer who farms there." Chris goes on to explain that the man who reached out to him also knew that Jane was living there, and that the farmer also lives in the farmhouse with her. According to the man, Jane is very well cared for, but she chooses to live in those terrible conditions anyway. The man also mentioned that Jane's husband is up there constantly to make sure she's okay, but she doesn't accept his help very easily, or anyone's help for that matter. It's worth mentioning that Jane might not have been completely truthful about her situation to Chris and Meg. During their conversation, she mentioned that she didn't have anyone to care for her except for the farmer, but the man who knew the farmer told Chris that she also has a brother who tries to take care of her. Not entirely convinced by what the man told him, Chris continued digging for information and found that the farm was not on any land registry records, but there was another property to Jane's name that she owned between 1986 and 2015. After visiting the other property, Chris mentioned that it was as unkempt and beat up as the farmhouse itself. Having heard two different versions of the story from the man who contacted him and from Jane herself, he decided to contact Adult Social Services. This is the email he received from them. "Good morning, thank you for your email. I can confirm that Adult Social Care are aware of this lady, however, I'm not able to provide you with any further details. We appreciate your input and the information you have provided, and thank you for raising your concerns with us. Chris then told the man who contacted him to tell Jane that he and Meg would be happy to go back and visit her if she wanted them to. After this, there were no further updates on the old woman, and we'll likely never know what became of her. The only thing we know for sure is that if someone else decides to explore the abandoned farmhouse in the future, they'll likely run into the same situation as Chris and Meg. Sadly, this type of situation is much more common than many people realize.
Yeah.
With rising prices and the overall state of the global economy, a large part of the elderly population is being forgotten. Hopefully, Jane can accept some help from her family members and live out the rest of her days in much better and healthier conditions than the one she was in when the video was uploaded. Robert Fulton Elementary is an abandoned school in a pretty rough neighborhood of Cleveland,
farmer,
Ohio.
brother,
The building is 92 years old and has been abandoned for over 13 years. After several complaints from nearby residents who mentioned that the abandoned building was an eyesore, a potential crime hotspot, and that it was lowering the value of their properties, the mayor of Cleveland announced plans to turn the rundown old building into a high-quality mixed-income housing unit for the community. Although the idea is still in the planning stages and the city needs more funding to complete the project, the plan is for the renovations to begin by the end of 2024. For now, Robert Fulton Elementary remains one of the creepiest abandoned schools in the country. In May of 2023, Chris Hill, again from the YouTube channel Urbex Hill, uploaded a video in which he made a second visit to the boarded-up, abandoned elementary school. The first video he made of the school was back in 2022. During his first visit, he heard strange humming, chanting, creaking, and banging noises coming from different rooms. This was part of the description in the first video. Most sections of the building are falling apart, and the water and elements have done irreversible damage to the structure. I would not recommend anyone explore this school. You risk getting robbed or worse. With that being said, I heard weird noises and other various things during my exploration. After these incidents, the vast majority of people would have been too terrified to even think of going back. But 2 years later, Chris decided to make a second visit to the school alone at 1 a.m.
The decay is crazy in here.
From the very beginning of the footage, it's clear that Robert Fulton Elementary belongs in a different category of abandoned buildings than most others. What stands out the most about the building is the fact that just over a decade ago, children were learning in those classrooms, running and playing in the halls, and now it looks more like something out of a horror movie than a school. The eeriness of the location, the pitch darkness, and the extreme state of decay of the building all contribute to the school's incredibly creepy atmosphere, and not a lot of people would dare go in there at night, much less alone. For a building that has only been abandoned for 13 years, Robert Fulton Elementary is in a much worse state than other buildings that have been vacant for much longer. But Chris doesn't seem to mind as he captures footage of the dark corridors with peeling walls and random debris lying all over the floor. As he ventures deeper into the school, Chris starts hearing strange noises.
He's a demon child. He was like, "Wait, let me go back and give him $20."
The underlying structure in some of the rooms on the upper floors seems extremely
He's Fat Vector. He's like,
Chris
"Wait a
shows
minute.
his expertise in urban
No, I did
exploration
not
by
for the money
avoiding
yet.
the surfaces that crack
I gotta
under
help
his
him out."
feet. After about 15 minutes of exploring the top floors, Chris goes down into the basement, which is arguably the most deteriorated part of the school. As he explores the dark rooms, he finds some indications that other people could be living there. Interestingly, he also finds what appears to be a boiler room that's been flooded with water. At around the 30-minute mark, a loud banging noise can be heard
that was a
coming
person
from one
standing
of the
there.
rooms, and it becomes very clear that Chris is not alone. As he steps into one of the classrooms, he finds a very eerie message written on the chalkboard, which reads, "Don't explore alone," as well as a paper sign on the door that reads, "Keep out." Despite the clear warnings, he goes inside, only to find more signs that somebody's living there. This is where Chris's visit to Robert Fulton Elementary takes a very chilling turn.
Fuck that.
Fearing for his life after hearing the blood-curdling scream, he sprints out of the building to safety, hoping that the man wasn't following him. If you look closely at the footage, you can see the outline of the screaming man when Chris peels back the curtain to his room. Upon reviewing the footage later that night, he found the man when Chris peels back the curtain.
Oh, you can see him. What the fuck? He's just standing in the corner there. It looks like he's wearing like a purple dress. What the fuck?
Curtain to his room. Upon reviewing the footage later that night, he found something else even more unsettling.
Dude,
when he first walked into the building, his
I
camera
need
caught
to like
something that he didn't-
fucking. I need to edit the download that video and edit it so Fat Vector's in the corner and he screams exactly the same way. It would
notice
be
at the
so
time.
amazing.
In the distance,
Oh!
a man's shadow can be seen walking into one of the rooms. It's not clear where the man went after that, but based on the strange noises Chris heard throughout his visit, it's very likely that the man was watching him all along. Although the scream was terrifying to hear, and we can only imagine what Chris must have felt at that moment, it's worth mentioning that the room he entered was probably the man's home, and from the squatter's perspective, it was probably just as terrifying to see a random man pull back the curtain to his room. These kinds of encounters can often get violent very quickly, but thankfully Chris once again made it out safely. He hasn't uploaded new footage of the location since then. This footage was uploaded in October 2019 by YouTuber Baker X Derek, a tour guide from San Bernardino, California. One day, as he was riding his motorcycle on the highway
Sign
in
literally
California,
said keep out,
he
bro,
noticed
and
an
he didn't
abandoned
keep out.
house sitting on top of a hill and decided to take a look inside. From the very beginning of the footage, it becomes clear that somebody has already been there, and that it probably wasn't the original owners of the house. Unlike many abandoned buildings, you can tell this house used to be beautiful before it was vacated, but that doesn't make it any less creepy to visit, even in the middle of the day.
Heebie-jeebies, dude.
Dude, that's a nice ass fucking house. Like, look at how much space there is, and it's not even like in that much of a state of decay.
I think I hear somebody. I think I hear something.
Derek goes down to explore one of the rooms on the bottom floor, and this is where he hears a disturbing thud. Terrified, he makes a run for it and even trips and falls on his way out, but eventually he gets back on his motorcycle and flees the location. As per one of the most popular theories proposed by viewers, the noise was probably made by a homeless person who was trying to warn Derek to get out of his home. Although squatters don't spend all their time lurking in the shadows, it's common for them to use the darkness as a tool when someone comes into the building unannounced. It's a basic rule of urban exploration that if you hear a loud noise upon entering a room, you should probably leave. Sometimes squatters make a noise as a first and final warning to drive visitors away respectfully. If Derek had pushed forward, he may have been attacked by whoever was hiding in the darkness. It's a natural impulse to call out and announce your presence in these kinds of situations, but squatters will very rarely answer these calls in a normal way. Nobody likes to be seen living in those conditions, and more often than not, the response will be rather aggressive and sometimes even violent. Fortunately, in this case, Derek was able to get away from the potentially dangerous situation just in time. In central Ontario, Canada, there's a small community south of Port Elgin known as North Bruce. To the locals, however, it's known as the Devil's Elbow. According to John, the urban explorer who uploaded this video, the reason for the name was that there was once an occult high priest who lived in the mansion at a cul-de-sac, in which the townspeople used to think there was paranormal activity due to the occult rituals the priest used to perform in his home. The mansion has since been abandoned, and as of today, nobody wants to buy it or live in it due to its chilling atmosphere and sketchy past. According to John, some renovations have been made sporadically since the house was vacated, but as of the video's upload, the house was still abandoned. In 2019, John set out to explore the occult mansion alone at night, but things didn't go exactly as he planned. In comparison to other abandoned buildings, the mansion seems to be in relatively good shape, except for the garage, which has clearly seen better days. About 5 minutes into the exploration, John starts to hear strange noises upstairs, but they seem to quiet down as soon as he climbs the set of stairs.
Okay, guys, I think I've been hearing stuff upstairs, but I'm hoping, and I mean this, I really hope that is paranormal and not someone freaking in here. My keys are making noises. Freaking somebody down there, dude. Come on, quit messing with me. I'm just trying to freaking. I'll leave. There's somebody else in here. As I've got myself in a bad situation. Oh, jeez.
Disturbingly, as he walks around upstairs, the noises can be heard again, even louder this time, leading John to think that perhaps someone else is in there messing with him. Although he mentions loudly to whoever is in there with him that his only intention is to explore and that he doesn't want to bother anyone, whoever was making the noise doesn't respond and continues hiding. The noises stop for a couple minutes, but then something terrifying happens.
It's Florida. Oh my god, Freelander. Hello? Is there somebody here? I'm not here to bother or rob anything. I was just here exploring. I thought it was a band.
No. Get the fuck out of there.
Disturbingly, a
I'll
man's
leave.
voice can be heard screaming, "I'm gonna kill you," and before catching a glimpse of who it is, John runs out of the mansion immediately and doesn't look back until he's a safe distance away from the building. It's unknown who was in the
He
house
sounds like
or how
Vector.
long they'd been
I'm
watching
gonna
it,
kill
or
you.
even if they had bad intentions or were just messing with him. According to several viewers, it's very unlikely that the other person
I'm
in the
gonna
house
eat
was
you.
another explorer. In the urban exploration community,
Yeah,
people usually
who would
help
say
each other
that?
out, and there's a sort of code that every explorer sticks to in order to help keep creepy locations as safe to visit as possible. If the other person in the house was another explorer, making noises in an abandoned house and screaming, "I'm going to kill you," would obviously be very out of the ordinary. That leaves the question of who could have screamed at John. It's more than likely that it was just a homeless person who didn't want any visitors, but because John ran out before he could see anyone, this much will probably remain unknown forever.
Let's see if there's any.
Jared Coker
Why not?
Urbex
Let's watch
has a
another
small
one.
YouTube channel where the uploader posts raw footage of his explorations of abandoned locations all over the US. Since 2020, Jared has uploaded over 200 videos of some pretty cool Urbex footage. In March 2022, Jared uploaded a video where he explored an abandoned dog treat manufacturing factory in Wichita, Kansas. For the first few minutes of the video, the exploration is pretty uneventful, and except for the usual couple of strange thuds and bangs that can be heard nearby, it seems like Jared's alone. Even though it's relatively common for homeless people to hide out in abandoned buildings, it doesn't seem like anyone
Let me see
was
if the
squatting in the
ad
factory
revenue's too high right now
After
for the
exploring
stream.
the multiple floors
Don't
of the
want to have too
building
many
in
ads.
detail, Jared looks out the window and sees a red car pulling up to the factory and start making its way through the gates.
He's gonna go around where I can't see him. I really do gotta get out of here now. I don't like that.
After it becomes obvious that the man in the red car has plans to enter the factory, Jared does the only reasonable thing in a situation like that and tries to find a way out of the building without being noticed. Unfortunately, the car goes around the building and out of his field of vision, which means that by the time the car is parked in front of the factory, the man could be anywhere.
Oh god.
Okay, it should be updated. 1 30-second ad every 30 minutes.
What do I do? I couldn't tell what he was holding.
Could have done that before the stream, my bad. Probably threw off a lot of people.
The man can be seen walking through the woods toward the front entrance of the factory. To make matters much, much worse, it appears as though the man has something in his hands, and from a distance, it's impossible to tell whether it's something as simple as a flashlight or a potential weapon.
Oh my god.
Was that a gunshot? I think it was. He had something in his hand too. It must have been a gun.
Over the next few minutes, Jared does his best to find a way out undetected, which is much easier said than done when you have no idea where a potentially armed man who probably knows the layout of the building much better than you do is hiding. And just when it seemed like Jared was going to make it out undetected, this happens.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa. Oh, it's just me. You scared me to death.
Okay, get over there now.
What?
Sit down. Give you handcuffs.
Huh?
Put them on. Got it?
Okay.
Either I put them on or you put them on. Take your pick.
I've never put on handcuffs before.
Just put them on each side of you. How's that? Put them in front of you. That way you can carry them in front, okay?
What's going to happen?
What's going to happen is the police is going to come and then you take your name and they'll get you for criminal trespassing. It's nothing these days. A lot better than me shooting you, isn't it?
Was that what I heard?
Yeah.
What'd you shoot at?
Shoot it. See people, I shoot at them. If they run, you shoot. There you go.
Yeah.
Be cool. Nothing will happen, okay?
All right.
I shot one guy this way. The other one.
What's that guy's problem?
I'm not gonna shoot you. Don't you see? She said something says use of deadly force. What do you think that is?
I thought that was kids spray paint.
No, that's me telling you I'll shoot you.
Don't you?
Nobody else is with you, right?
No, it's just me.
Okay, if I see somebody, I'm gonna end up probably shooting them.
Oh no, if I were with someone and I know you shoot people, I would have gotten them.
Okay. I just don't want, they say wait, they scare me, I'll shoot in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just life.
Is this
The
a
man who appears to be an armed vigilante of some sort pops out of the bushes just as Jared is about to leave and holds him hostage.
Oh no, he's an
allowing
actual
him to put on
fucking
a pair of
sketchbag.
handcuffs.
I thought he was
In
a police
exchange,
officer or
it's hard to
something.
tell if the man is in his right mind,
I
which
shout
makes
you.
the fact that he's carrying a fully equipped assault rifle that much more disturbing. At one point in the conversation, the man orders
Yeah,
Jared to
Waluigi.
get into his car, and at that point, Jared doesn't really have a choice.
What we're gonna do is we'll throw your camera and your bag in the trunk, okay? And I'll put my gun in there too. Alright? We'll get in a little red car, we'll drive up here, set everything out, the police will come, they'll ask you for your driver's license, and they'll give you a little ticket.
Although Jared didn't record the part where he got into the car out of fear that the man would freak out if he realized he was being recorded, the YouTuber later explained that the cops took an hour and a half to get there. Disturbingly, when the
Man, they
cops
shoot
finally
you.
arrived and while they were all talking, they saw two kids go up to the factory the same way Jared had, at which point the man looked the cops dead in the eye and said that if he saw the kids inside the factory, he was going to shoot them. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. As Jared was being taken to the police station for trespassing, the cops got a report that two kids had been shot at the factory. Thankfully, it turned out that the man was bluffing with his weapon, which was only loaded with non-lethal pellets. But still, the kids had to be taken to the hospital to be treated for their wounds.
So the police hear that this crazy guy is like, see those damn kids going up in that factory? I'm gonna go shoot them. And then they don't do anything about the fucking schizophrenic man who handcuffed this guy, holding a gun, threatening him.
During the investigation, the man was identified as 62-year-old Ken Thomas, and even after shooting at the two kids, he was only sentenced to 2 years probation. Since
Fuck
that
off,
day,
dude.
Jared hasn't gone back to the abandoned factory again.
Why would he get off that way?
In 2019, a group of 5 real estate investors
Oh, to
walked
that
into a
their
distressed
factory.
property
I don't
in
even
a
think that's
poor
his
neighborhood of
property.
Southwest Philadelphia.
Like, what the hell?
The visit to the distressed house started
It's not
out
even his
pretty
property, and he's
ordinarily, but
that
a few minutes
schizophrenic.
in, just as one of the investors was about to walk up the staircase leading to the second floor, they noticed something extremely disturbing.
Look, wire, right, that goes up
Look at the
to
nail
a
over
knife
there.
system.
Oh my god.
Dude, that kill
There,
somebody,
look
bro.
what is there, the knife. Right
See
there,
that
right
shit?
there. You see the wire?
You don't see the knife up there?
Right here. You see this wire going over here? It's going right to your heart.
It's on a crutch with a knife.
How'd you catch that?
Based on what the investors are saying, there appears to be some sort of booby trap system built into the staircase. Had any of them followed through with walking up the staircase, a seemingly innocent house walkthrough could have turned bad very quickly. After analyzing the booby trap for a few minutes, they decided to activate it to see what would have happened to the investor if he had continued climbing the flight of stairs.
Alright, here, you got it?
Yeah.
You send this. Look at where you tripping. Stop at the
Yeah.
bottom of the step. You think? Yeah.
What is it?
At the step.
Oh!
Look at that. Yo, that was
Stop.
Fuck, man.
Look at it.
Yo, that's right.
No. Hold on. You need to stop more. You need to step over.
Yo, that would have got you right in your neck.
Oh my God! Right in his head.
No, my heart. Yo, you got
My head.
Disturbingly, the knife comes down right at the level of the investor's neck as soon as the wire is activated. It's hard to imagine what kind of psychopath would booby trap a house like that, knowing that whoever walked up that flight of stairs probably wouldn't live to tell the tale. Even though the trap was built in a very do-it-yourself kind of way with a rusted knife, some duct tape, some wire, and a crutch, the speed at which the knife was designed to come down right at neck level obviously means that whoever built it wasn't playing around and meant to do some serious damage. In the interview with NBC, the investor
this is the new
reported
Home
whole
Alone
thing
movie.
mentioned that he was used to finding some pretty strange things in the distressed houses he often renovates. But even though he was no stranger to abandoned dogs, homeless people squatting, and drug houses with bags and scales, he had never been this close to losing his life, much less to a booby-trapped house. Shockingly, even after what happened, the investor still went on to explore the rest of the house, buy it, and
Been watching a bunch of these
Fortunately, they didn't
videos
run into any more traps along the way.
last over 2.5 hours now.
Finders Beepers History Seekers is a YouTube channel where urban explorers Matt and Andy document their visits to hundreds of abandoned locations around the world. What's funny about this channel is they always bring their dog Bear with them on their exploration, setting him up with his own GoPro camera to capture footage they might otherwise miss. In March 2023, they uploaded footage of their visit to an abandoned house in the UK. Throughout their first few minutes of their exploration, Matt and Andy come across all kinds of old history books, kitchen utensils, and other abandoned objects, but for the most part, nothing too out of the ordinary. About 25 minutes into the visit, as Matt and Andy are sorting through dozens of history books lying around the house, this happens.
And then why has that got a lock on it there for a bathroom cabinet? That makes no sense at all. Bear, you're just causing so much bother. Someone has definitely just run down those stairs.
Yeah.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Get out of the house.
We're not secure. We're not going to do anything. We're not going to hurt you. Urban explorers. Just having a look round. Hello?
Out of the house.
I'm going to have to watch you back. That was definitely somebody running down the stairs. 100% that was someone running down the stairs.
Pretty much as soon as they go up to the second floor bedroom, they hear what sounds like someone or something running down the stairs. It's pretty disturbing to think that someone could have been watching them the whole time, but despite their best efforts, they weren't able to find whoever it was. That's when they decided to review the GoPro footage on their dog Bear to see if it showed anything. And a bit before they heard footsteps running down the stairs, his camera caught this.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Disturbingly, there was someone hiding under the bed in the second floor bedroom. Even though it's hard to see everything clearly with the dog footage, it's pretty obvious that it was a person hiding under the bed. After the encounter, Matt and Andy continued exploring the house for another 20 minutes, and they confessed to feeling pretty on edge after leaving. To this day, they still don't know who was hiding under the bed.
People be tweaking,
It's
bro.
pretty likely
Why
that
is
the
he
guy
in an
under the bed was
abandoned
just a
building in the
squatter
first
who was
place?
probably more scared of them and left the house in a hurry to get some privacy. But still, it must have been incredibly chilling to review the footage and realize they were never alone. Exploration Unknown is a YouTube channel owned by a guy named John who's uploaded countless videos of his urban exploration since 2016. In March 2019, John and another YouTuber explored an abandoned house where a woman had reportedly taken her life years after the death of her child. Just a few minutes into the video, it becomes
them
pretty
come in,
clear that the structure of the
I'd
building
presume.
is extremely unstable.
That floor is gone right there. That's a deep drop. These floors are not very stable.
Hear it?
Yeah. You guys check out that fireplace.
If that falls, dude, I don't know what it's going to do to the rest of this house.
Yeah, I know, because that's a load-bearing wall out there.
That's going to be a lot of weight to hit this floor. I'm really nervous about that right there.
Yeah, and look at the ceiling.
Need to get out of here before that happens.
When it comes to urbex, a lot of people will talk about the risks of running into a hostile squatter, a rabid stray dog, or the cops. But one of the biggest risks when exploring unstable structures like these is falling through the floor or having the entire building collapse on you, leaving you trapped under tons and tons of rubble. Before John and Tim even get the chance to explore the rest of the house, something pretty scary that serves as a reminder of the dangers of urban exploration happens to John.
Alright guys, I think we've decided to chance it. What do you think, Tim? Think we talked about it?
Stupid?
It hasn't moved anymore.
Let's just stay away from that area.
Yes.
Let's go back here to the room where the wife. You didn't fall through the floor, did you?
No, but it cracked a little.
Oh man, there's a crib in here. Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, I just fell through the floor. Ow. God.
You alright, man?
Oh,
We need to go.
we gotta get out of here.
Get on out of
John
there,
realized
boys.
the floor was cracking, it was already too late. Luckily, he was able to shift all his weight onto his other leg before he fell entirely through. Otherwise, he would have plummeted at least 10 feet into the basement below.
Yep.
Obviously, after that close call, the pair of explorers decided to call it a night and carefully treaded their way out of the house and back to the car. Since that incident, John has continued to upload videos pretty frequently to his channel, but he hasn't gone back to that house since. TP Urbex is a channel dedicated 100% to urban exploration, and even though it's only been active for a little over a year, it's already grown to over 350,000 subscribers. In January 2024, a video was uploaded to the channel featuring two young urban explorers visiting an abandoned high school. From my research, the school that was featured in the video was William A. Wirt High School in Gary, Indiana, located less than a mile from Lake Michigan. Even though the abandoned building is in absolutely terrible condition in the footage, it's still clear that back in the day it was probably a nice school. Out of the entire school, the auditorium seems to be in the best condition, with the bright red seats serving as a nostalgic reminder of what the school used to look like before it was closed.
Dude, this is a nice ass school. What the fuck? Swimming pool, theater,
a metal pipe staring them down near the auditorium
probably a
entrance.
gym.
Looks like some kids got in here and were throwing some stuff from the balcony area. Oh, hey, what's up, man? You want us to get on out of here? Hey, we'll leave, bro. We'll leave, all right? Come on. Let's go. Just get out of any door. This door right here. You sure? Let's go. Yo, let's go.
The man with the pipe started chasing them out of the building, but stopped when they got outside.
Gordon
It's
Freeman.
pretty disturbing how the guy never even speaks to the teenagers. He just starts chasing them with a metal pipe that he probably planned to use as a makeshift weapon. When this kind of stuff happens, you really have to put yourself in the shoes of everyone involved. I mean, the guy who chased them out, like usual, was probably a homeless guy who had been squatting at the school for a while. Through his eyes, the abandoned, decrepit building is his home, and having two teenagers come in unannounced to disturb your peace when you have nowhere else to go.
Well, it's not your
must be
fucking
pretty
property, buddy.
irritating. But for the explorers, who
Doesn't
just
make it
wanna have
right
some
to
fun
fucking
in an
chase
old
people with a
building,
crowbar.
getting chased out by someone who's armed and probably not in their right mind is also a terrifying experience.
That's quite the comment, Jack. Whoa. Must be fun to have sex in there.
In September 2020,
Yeah,
John
Baldy
Tim,
and the
from
guy with the crowbar be
exploration
fucking in
unknown,
there.
uploaded a video where they documented their visit to an abandoned altar in the middle of the woods. From the very start of the visit, some red flags came up that John and Tim should probably have taken as invitations to leave.
Where are we? It's supposed to be public land.
This is private property, bro.
Well, maybe it's like this over here, somebody's private property. And I know this over here should be like public land.
After seeing the sign, it's unclear if the two explorers are on a private or a public road. But a couple of minutes later, after following the directions they were given, they got their answer.
Saw something behind you. Shh. Okay, dude, key light. Kill your light, dude. Oh my God, dude, it's a car. Shh. Hide.
Kill your light, doogie.
They were waiting. Somebody's here. Shh. Get down. Oh God, dude, we gotta get out of here. He shut the engine off. Oh God, he's getting out.
Hey, that's in your damn lights, sir.
Oh God. Dude, he's got
Get off my property.
He's got a gun. Okay, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. Okay. Go. Oh God. Tim, you okay? Tim, you okay? Get up, dude. Come on. Get up. Are you hit? Oh God, run, dude, run. Okay.
After getting out of his car, a man who we can reasonably assume to be the property owner points his gun at the uploader and his friend and tells them to get off his property. This is one of those situations that you just never want to be in, because on the one hand, if you yell something out to try to calm the guy down, you signal your location to someone with a deadly weapon who may or may not be in his right mind. But on the other hand, if you don't signal your location, the property owner might feel threatened.
Yeah.
As they were running out of the woods, the man shot at them, and initially it looked like Tim fell to the ground from being shot at. But it seems like he just tripped either by something on the ground or by being startled by the sound of the gunshot. Fortunately, Tim and John were able to get out of those woods unscathed, and they never went back again. I really don't know where John got his intel about the supposed abandoned altar in the middle of the woods, but it was clearly faulty. And it's a good thing he was able to spot the guy in the car ahead of time. Otherwise, who knows, by something on the ground or by being startled by the sound of the gunshot. Fortunately, Tim and John were able to get out. Who knows if this video would have even been uploaded.
Yeah, no, they definitely should have said we're leaving and then hooked it or something like that, because, like, you know, just them running off. I mean, it's hard to say because you don't experience that shit every day, and you don't know, like, what the owner's like and all that shit, so. It's been 3 hours now, so, how about we watch these last two videos here, and then maybe call it for this section, and then do some more shiny hunting.
In this first video, an avid cave explorer on YouTube known by the channel name Exploring Abandoned Mines and Unusual Places is exploring an abandoned mine for the simple purpose of reviewing a flashlight. During the video, you can hear as the explorer goes into detail about the flashlight.
This is
and
my
demonstrates its
swamp.
use in the mine he's exploring. However, while talking to the camera about both the mine and the flashlight he's reviewing, the explorer hears what he first thinks to be wind blowing through the mine. Though many believe the audio sounds like a very disturbing whispering or talking sound.
Okay, this is a review and demonstration of the Through Night TN12 handheld flashlight that you see here.
Okay, that's the portal to the wall deck mine. I'm inside. The wind has kind of died down a little bit, and it's not raining, so I managed to stay dry. Of course, I'm inside this little alcove, kind of. But anyway, you come down this little incline path, and then big boulders here you have to climb over, and then the tunnel's right behind me this way. So let's check it out. Let's get in here. And like I said, this light has 5 levels. I believe it's on medium right now, which is level 3. So this would be high, and this would be turbo, which is really bright. And then this is firefly, which is hardly anything. And then that would be low, and then medium. Medium seems to be the best one. Not too bright, not too dim. And then you can see how big these timbers are. That's about almost a foot in diameter, the big cross timber. So they had to put big ones in here to hold up all of this rock. And you can see right here where some of these boards are bending. Do you hear that? Sounds like, what is that, wind? I don't know if you can hear that on the camera.
That's not wind.
Stopped. Well, I don't know what that is. That doesn't sound like wind, but
That's not wind.
That's crazy. Don't know if that's a bird or I don't know what that is. It almost sounds like snakes, but wow. I've heard some weird stuff in mines, but that is definitely creepy. I don't know what that is. So let's get out of here and head back out to the portal. That was weird.
These next 2 videos come from the same exploring YouTube channel shown earlier. This time, however, the explorer visits an abandoned, supposedly haunted mine in Nevada known as Horton Mine. The first time he visits, he claims to feel negative energy coming from the mine, and what he witnesses goes to support his claim. However, with the popularity of the first visit, the YouTuber decides to visit the abandoned mine a second time, this time hearing something very disturbing. Here are both of those visits to the mine.
Okay, here's a lower adit at the Victorine mine. I believe this was an older mine that once they dug the upper tunnels, this got incorporated into the same claim or whatever. Okay, we can go in here and just take a quick look. I don't think I'm going to explore this particular mine. There's a little bit too much water in here, and I know this mine is really old, but yeah, water in a mine. I do see other footprints here in the mud, but I just don't think it's wise to go in here when there's water. Try to avoid this if I can. Yeah, this looks pretty sketchy. I'll go a few feet further in and check it out, but I think I'm going to pass on this one. This is one of the creepiest mine tunnels I've ever been in, just because of how dilapidated it is and all these chains hanging down from the overhead, and there's a shot looking down the tunnel. Here's a shot looking back towards the entrance. I'm a little bit further in, and looking down the tunnel here. Back towards the entrance.
Is that not a fucking person right there? Is that not a person?
So I'm a little bit further in.
No, it's a chain. Okay. The light was too strong, and I thought there was like literally just someone standing there.
I don't know why that one chain is swinging back there. Don't know if you can see that in the video or not. Yeah, this mine definitely has a very spooky vibe to it. So I'm going to head back out and check out the other stuff that's here. This is just too wet, too muddy. And obviously something is making the chains swing. So time to get the hell out of here.
Like
Okay, the
2
Horton
chains
Mine's
are
got some
swinging and all the other ones are
coming out of it.
stationary. That's kind of a
You can see it kind of pulled up here outside.
little spooky.
And,
Not gonna lie.
here's the portal. So let's go check this out. See if it's any drier than it was a year ago when I was last here. Okay, I'm further in than I was a year ago. And
I mean, yeah. People going in these, like, you know, dilapidated caves and mines have some of the most horrific deaths when it does happen. You know, it's
that's so far.
definitely not a good idea.
Okay, here's a final parting shot of the end of the Horton Tunnel. And
Very stupid idea.
Ore pass with all the cascading water. And what the fuck is that? I don't know what that was, but there was a sudden blast of cold air, and I'm getting out of here.
That actually sounded like the fucking kid that, like, screeches outside my window.
A man named Clem Schultz and his wife lived in Fairdale, Illinois during one of the most destructive tornadoes in the history of Fairdale.
I couldn't imagine the fucking... I couldn't imagine the fear that guy was going through when he heard that so deep into the mine. What, that weird fucking voice and, like, feeling a sudden chill, like... Yeah, no,
Clem took
that,
a video
fuck
from
that.
the top floor
Fuck
of his
that.
house as he saw the giant tornado get closer. Clem thought the tornado would miss his house, when in fact it was coming directly towards him, all while he was still recording. Unfortunately, Clem's wife would pass away because of the intensity of the tornado, while Clem would receive a terrible spine injury. The phone he took the video on was later discovered in the rubble of his home, and this is what the video was able to capture.
Well, this might be upsetting.
This next video shows a man exploring the Paris catacombs, which is a place very well known for causing people to get lost. They are essentially the most complex series of tunnels in the world. Definitely not somewhere you want to find yourself exploring without experience. The video shows this man getting lost.
Jaguar, if you can't sleep later, Hugh will literally sing you a lullaby and pour you a warm glass of milk.
Going
Don't
into
worry.
a full panic run as he doesn't know where to go to get out. The man was never found, but his camera later
Oh,
was,
yeah,
with no
this
trace
one.
of the guy.
It's very bizarre. These arrows point in a direction. Occasionally also, he stops to photograph roomfuls of bones, which means that he's very, very deep inside the catacombs. So basically, he's filming what he's seeing very deep inside the catacombs, other than the point of view shots or pictures of human bones. The catacombs for centuries. So it is possible with these paintings that we may be able to retrace his itinerary to some extent. After about 4, we hear his breathing get louder and louder, as though something was scaring him. He's frightened, he's frightened. Occasionally he stops, perhaps to try to decide which way to run among all the many different corridors. He's running faster and faster and faster, deeper and deeper into the catacombs. And all of a sudden, we hear his breathing get louder and louder, as though something was scaring him. He's frightened, he's frightened. Occasionally he stops, perhaps to try to decide which way to run among all the many different corridors. He's running faster and faster and faster, deeper and deeper into the catacombs. And all of a sudden,
So that video specifically, as I've seen before, and I feel like might have had to do with hysteria, like the guy just kind of lost his mind being so deep in the catacombs, just like mentally unraveled, and that's why he started running, panicking, all this type of shit. But I genuinely do wonder if there was more footage after that. Because like he drops the camera and that's the last you see of the actual footage, but yeah, no, it's weird.
There's literally somebody outside like dragging a bag at my work. I can't see his face.
Final bid.
Where's he going? He's literally running down to the door.
In this first video, you can see the footage from a Ring doorbell capture a man by the name Jeremy Lawag.
Taking out the trash
In the
at
video,
night.
you can see the man clearly concealing something behind his back as he tries to get whoever's inside to open the door. It turned out the man was carrying a loaded handgun, going around the apartment building knocking on several doors. Police would receive multiple calls that night, describing a man doing just that, knocking and yelling at their doors.
Circle. Hey, all in one sluggle back. That's it.
Later that night, police would arrive to conduct a welfare check at Jeremy's apartment door. A body camera on one of the police officers clearly shows as Jeremy pulls out his weapon, pointing it at the officer. This would of course force the officer to shoot in response.
Yo, hey, is that your Challenger down there? Is that your Dodge Challenger?
What?
I'm just asking, is that your Dodge Challenger down there?
No, what?
Because that's registered to you.
Nope.
It's not?
No.
Come out here.
No, sir.
Come out
Hey,
here.
what are you doing?
Let me see your hand.
Jeremy would make a recovery, as the wounds he received weren't life-threatening. This next video comes from TikTok.
I have a feeling this is one of his earlier videos because it's not very. Yeah, I could tell. Because he doesn't really go as in depth as he usually does in like the other ones. Because I'm genuinely curious, like why this guy did the shit he did, you know.
User Matt
I'm gonna
Hall
assume it's like a
36.
manic episode or
The
some
video
shit.
features Matt at his work after hours, filming some security cameras while talking on the phone with police. As he's doing so, you can see as some man is clearly shown disturbingly dragging a large unknown bag down the road. As he gets closer, the man shockingly drops what he's doing and full-on sprints towards the door, slamming his body into it. Matt, now clearly shaken, can be heard begging the police to just show up.
There's literally somebody outside like dragging a bag at my work. No, sorry, I'm just recording in case something happens. I can't see his face. Where's he going? He's literally running down to the door. He's coming up to the door right now. See? Ah! Oh my! He's outside the door. He's outside the door right now. No, there's nowhere to hide in here. It's just this one room. The door is locked, but oh my fuck. He's like behind the building now. I don't, can you just get here, please?
Following the first TikTok video, Matt would upload a second part explaining the whole situation in more detail.
Part 2. So yeah, I was working night shift at work, and the security cameras we have beep when it senses motion. It was pretty late at night and I heard the beep go off, so I went to go look at the camera. Somebody was dragging a bag right beside the building.
Guy
I was
Canadian.
pretty creeped out, so I went and
I think
grabbed
he
the work
is.
phone and called 911. By the time I was on the phone with them, the guy walked up the road a little bit, but then he started to come back towards the building. This is when I started recording. After the video ended, he ran out of sight of the camera. I never seen him again after that. A bunch of cops came, they told me to stay in the building, and they searched the area for him. They said inside his bag just had a bunch of clothes, but some of the clothes had some blood on them, I guess. Anyways, they're gonna take that in for investigation.
Yeah.
They took the security camera footage. And of course they sent me home that night because they didn't find him. But yeah, that's all I know so far. Hope that's a good enough update.
It's like from
Missy Beavers
Wisconsin
was a
or
fitness
he's
instructor
like
and mother
either
of 3.
Wisconsin or Canadian.
On April 18, 2016, she was scheduled to lead a 5 a.m. early morning fitness class at a church in Texas. Though, upon her arrival, she would never be seen again. As police investigated, they found out that at around 4 a.m., the motion-activated security cameras from the church activated. They showed an unidentified man oddly walking around the building holding a hammer. The man can clearly be seen checking rooms and walking back and forth down the hallways. Police believe this man is the murderer of Missy Beavers. Neither of the two have ever been seen again.
Is he wearing a fucking helmet or something? Jeez. He's wearing a police uniform, walking really strangely, holding a hammer.
In this video, you can see as the teacher is teaching his online class. The teacher would later claim he was home alone, but while teaching his class, disturbingly, an unidentified pale face can be seen peeking around a corner behind him. Throughout the video, the man can be seen peeking around his shoulder as if he hears something, but never actually sees anything. Eventually, the man would close the door, as he seems to feel uneasy. Later in the video, upon the request of his students, the teacher would pick up his laptop to show he and his dog were the only ones home. To this day, it's unclear whether the video features some intruder or something else.
Tanto el movimiento no existe, relacionado con lo que dice Raúl, el gato de no me suena la, es decir, si nosotros estamos estudiando matemáticas, el primer parcial, el primer tetra, vamos a ver.
No, this guy was definitely fucking around with his like girlfriend or wife. No shot.
Filosofía de las matemáticas.
He was fucking around with his students. Was probably during COVID.
Estoy solo, estoy con mi perro.
Yeah, like the complete nonchalance
Por
too,
ahí,
you
en
know.
ocasiones, las llamadas paradojas. ¿Alguien sabe qué es una paradoja?
Definitely fucking around.
This next video features a security camera disturbingly showing a man grasping a child in his arms while running down the sidewalk. Police say the man had just grabbed the child from a nearby park and can be seen only moments after running away. Later, the video shows as the child's 2 older siblings start running after him. 2 other kids would notice what was happening and join in running after the man. Luckily, the kid was never hurt, and the man was later arrested. Though, even still, the whole scene is pretty disturbing.
Yep.
A gentleman walked into the park where,
I wouldn't call him
where the
gentle.
kids were playing, walked up and had a small conversation with 2 kids that are 8 and 10 years of age. After a brief conversation, the suspect reached into the area where the baby was laying and picked it up. At that point, the gentleman ran northbound down the streets of Sprague for approximately 2 blocks.
In March 2016, a YouTube channel by the name Joe Earl Lamock uploaded a pretty disturbing video. The video features Ring doorbell camera footage of a man supposedly trying to sell a bike to the house owner. While the man is at the door, he can be seen making very odd hand gestures, and at times even whispering to himself. Finally, the house owner goes on the doorbell speaker asking if he can help the man. The man explains how he's trying to sell his bike so he can borrow some money. Overall, a really weird and disturbing encounter.
Why'd he do the fucking LDG fucking salute? Big salute, you know? What if you did the
Yes, can I help
shit?
you? Hey, dude. I'm gonna be real. Dude, I'm trying to sell a bike for some cash so I can buy some money. And that's all. The bike's right here. It's all good. For real, bro?
He's tweaking.
Alright. He's right.
I really like this channel. Are there... Yeah, and the earlier videos are pretty short, so... You know what? One more. And then we'll, do some shiny hunting and call it, because it's, 11:23 now. Try this one.
This first video was captured in the middle of the night in an apartment complex located in Toledo, Ohio. The doorbell footage shows a man knocking on the front door with what looks like a firearm in his waistband. Now, the owner of the apartment didn't recognize the man, so she would question who it was. The unknown man would simply respond with, "It's me." The homeowner would then...
Five Nights at Freddy's, holy shit. We found it. Dude, we found the Five Nights at Freddy's 1 Easter egg. It's him. It's me.
And further question his response, but rather than clarifying, he would simply give a wave through the front door.
Me.
This, however, would not be enough to get the homeowner to open it, so he would ultimately walk off. Disturbingly, as he does so, a second man pops up from a nearby dumpster and also walks off.
What if the second man was Freddy Fazbear with realistic eyes? It's me!
But this wouldn't be the end of it. The two would then walk around to the back door where they would attempt to pick its lock. The police were called, and when they arrived, the two were gone. Fortunately, unsuccessful in getting the door open. It's not 100% clear what the two men had planned. The almost empty-looking backpack of the first guy suggests they had planned to rob the place, but it's also possible they had much worse intentions. The two of them have yet to be identified by police. In May of 2018, a woman would leave her parked car that was just outside her house unlocked overnight. Not surprisingly, someone would find the unlocked car and proceed to steal multiple items that were owned by the woman. A few hours later, the man responsible for the theft would be caught on the woman's doorbell camera attempting to use her set of keys that he had just stolen to unlock her house's front door.
Piece of shit.
This all took place while the house owner was home and sleeping, but luckily the set of keys he had stolen didn't have a house key on it, so the guy just ended up walking off. Had the set of keys contained a house key, things most likely would have ended much differently. This doorbell camera footage was captured in Overland Park, Kansas in March of 2017. Shown in the video is a nearby active house fire. The home of the neighbor just across the street has been completely engulfed in flames.
Ugh.
As the fire department arrives, neighbors can be seen desperately moving the parked cars away from the house. Eventually, a flaming piece of debris can be seen falling and landing on a set of bushes just in front of the camera.
Oh shit. Oh shit. No. Get out there and fucking
The bushes
extinguish
quickly
that.
burst into flames.
Hell no.
The fire starts spreading quickly, but before it's able to get out of hand, a neighbor notices it and attempts to put it out. He grabs a garden hose and sprays the fire while pressing the house's doorbell. However, the owner of the house isn't home and frantically tries to communicate this through the doorbell speaker.
Based. That was just a neighbor.
Hello, yes, I'm not there. Please put that out for me, please. I'm on my way home.
Your house on fire.
Yeah, I know, I'm on my way.
Fire on the door. That's somebody talking.
Nobody's in the house right now.
He's not in the house.
Nobody's in the house right now.
In the end, the fire department would be able to put out the house fire, and with the help from the neighbors, prevent it from spreading to nearby houses.
That's terrifying though, like
on a night in September.
The fact that it's not even your house fire, but a
get a
piece of debris,
suspicious knock
like,
on his
you know,
door at about 3 in the morning.
cause one on yours.
Upon
as
opening
well.
his phone and looking at his doorbell camera, he would see two what looked like teenagers identifying themselves as CPD, or Columbus Police Department.
Yo, it's me, guys.
CPD, open up. We need to ask you a couple questions.
That
The
young
video
ass
shows the man in the
voice.
front
Yeah,
clearly
right.
holding a firearm, and the house owner would eventually access the doorbell camera's speaker to further question him.
Can I help you? CPD, we need to ask you a couple questions. I'm sorry? CPD, we need to ask you a couple questions. May you please step to the front door, please? CPD. Yes, this is CPD. We would like you to step to the door, please. Can I see a badge? We would like you to step to the door, please, sir. I don't have to show you my badge, sir.
Yeah, you do.
The man refuses to show a badge because, well, obviously he doesn't have
PPD's
one.
nuts.
The homeowner knew what was going on.
Open the door.
So rather than stepping to the door, he would call the real police department and report 2 armed men at his front door. After a couple of minutes, the two would once again attempt to get the homeowner to open the door. But after that failed, they would run off before the real police could show up.
CPD, open the door.
Yep. Can't believe they got the Michelin Man to try to rob this guy. Look at that.
But, I mean, it's possible they had worse intentions in mind. There's just no way of knowing for sure. Both of them were never identified by police. This footage was captured in Colorado in the middle of the night. The video shows 3 mountain lions appearing from the darkness and starting to walk around a set of houses. They were captured, even going as far as to walk up onto the porch of one of the houses. Mountain lion sightings are known to be exceptionally rare in this specific area. Typically, they'll stay a lot further in the mountains.
Yeah, this is the real
easier
CPD.
access to the deer that they prey on. To see them in an area with a lot of people, especially a neighborhood, is not at all common, at least in this area.
Yeah, the
These cats would
CPD is
eventually
full of
walk off,
funny little cats.
But there's almost no doubt things would have gone differently had one of these homeowners left their pets outside for the night, or possibly were even outside themselves. Shown in this doorbell camera footage is an unknown man wearing an oddly disturbing mask. As he walks up to the door, his motion alerts the camera to start recording, and that's when you can see him grab the door handle, realize it's locked, and hesitantly knock on the door.
I don't think that's a mask, dude. I think he's just really happy.
The man would wait for only a few seconds before he would pull his sleeve over his hand and wipe off his fingerprints from the door handle before walking off. Around a minute later, the homeowner would come to the door and now see the man across the street sitting in a car. When she yelled out to him to see what he wanted, he would quickly speed off. The homeowner would later state that she had no idea who this man could have been or what he was doing there. But the fact that he removed his own fingerprints from the door handle suggests that he had most likely given them to the police at some point. It's not completely unreasonable to conclude that this man had some sort of criminal record. Something else of note is the somewhat heavy object that can be seen weighing down his front pocket. It's not clear what this is, and more importantly, it's not clear who this man is.
Yo, that's Haggard after writing the freestyle, bro.
To identify both the man's identity and his intentions.
He knew how much joy it would bring future generations, and he's just like that chipper, you know?
This doorbell footage was recorded just before 4 a.m. on a night in August 2020. The video captures an unidentified man walking in front of a house and emptying a gas container over the yard and front porch. Shortly,
dude, I just randomly looked up that text today, and I've been laughing about it ever since. It's just such a masterpiece, you know. It's fantastic.
Erupts just in front of the camera.
Blended, marvelous. Fucking asshole.
Would be injured during the incident. However, unfortunately, 2 houses and a vehicle would be damaged. The homeowner would claim to have no idea who could be responsible, or who would even consider doing this to them. At least from an outside perspective, the act looks completely random, with seemingly no reason behind it, making the clip all the more unsettling. A homeowner in Texas would wake up one morning to find the gate into his backyard wide open. Curious, the man would review the cameras he had around his house, and this is the sight he was met with. A man holding a knife and in a clown costume, complete with the suit and mask, casually walks around the property, looking inside the house and testing all the doors. This would all, of course, take place in 2016, during that sort of killer clown craze that went on for a few months. Looking back, most people that participated in that were most likely just having fun trying to scare people. But there's no denying that others took advantage of the situation, genuinely attempting some pretty horrible crimes hidden under a clown mask, with this likely being one of those cases. It's clear the person in the costume is actually trying to break into the house with a knife. Though, after being unsuccessful, the clown would eventually walk off, and despite a police report, that would be the end of it. Ultimately, the homeowner would be left with nothing but this disturbing footage.
What do you guys think? One more video, like one final video, or just move on to the game? So now it's 11:36, but I'll let you guys decide, you know? It's like epic rap battles of history. You decide! You know what? My heart tells me that we need to watch one more video. Which one do we watch? How about this one?
In December of 2022,
I'll be the
authorities
20
in Northern Ireland came across a bizarre crime
I'll
scene
be
where
the
the most
fifth one.
likely suspect was somehow in two places at once. It all started on the 18th of December when
You'll
Irish
see a
YouTuber
ghost
Vote
appear
Saxon
behind me.
07, whose real identity is 33-year-old Stephen McCullen, live-streamed himself playing GTA Vice City.
Oh,
The
dude.
stream
Yeah, they're starting off with this one. He's gonna explain it well, but yeah, this is pretty disturbing.
started at around 6 p.m. and Steven stayed live for about 6 hours, till midnight. The stream itself was quite unremarkable, with Steven playing the game mostly in silence, broken by his occasional commentary. Unfortunately, while he was streaming comfortably in his home, his 32-year-old girlfriend, Natalie McNally, was going through something downright horrific. Steven, however, was completely unaware of this and promptly went to sleep after ending the stream. The next day, he woke up to a barrage of calls and messages regarding Natalie. She was apparently at her parents' house the night before to watch the World Cup finale. The match ended at around 6 p.m. and Natalie went back to her home shortly after, which wasn't too far away. She lived alone in Northern Ireland with her 2 cats and a dog. However, the next day, no one could get through to Natalie. She didn't show up to work and wasn't picking up her phone either. At the time, she was also 15 weeks pregnant with Steven's child. So when she went silent, her friends and family grew worried, fearing she was facing some health concerns. After learning about her absence and waiting a few hours for a response, Steven went to her home, which was about 20 minutes away from his home in Lisburn. Unfortunately, he was too late. When Steven arrived at Natalie's home, the door was wide open. Inside, he found her lifeless on the floor. She had been killed.
Detectives from the Major Investigation Team have now launched a murder investigation following the death of Natalie McNally in Lurgan. This follows the results of the post-mortem. The 32-year-old died a violent death, having been stabbed a number of times, and there are signs of defensive injuries.
Post-mortem reports showed that she was killed on the night of December 18th, not long after she came back from her parents' home. However, investigators did not find any evidence of a forced entry into her home. This, combined with the fact that Steven was the one who reported her death to the police, made him the lead suspect in her murder investigation, and he was arrested shortly after. However, this arrest didn't last long, because as the authorities quickly found out, Steven had a strong alibi. According to the post-mortem report, Natalie was killed during the same time Steven was live streaming from his home. Investigators looked through Natalie's phone and found the last text Steven sent to her at 5:57 p.m., which read, "Right, I'm off to stream the night away. Wish me luck." To which Natalie replied, "I might have a peek at your live stream later." This was enough to clear Steven's name from any wrongdoing, but it left investigators with no clear direction on where to look next. Steven did give them the name of someone he suspected, however, investigating that person didn't lead to any breakthrough in the case either, and the name of this person was never made public for this reason. Luckily, detectives found CCTV footage a few days later showing a man dressed in dark clothes and white shoes heading towards Natalie's home at 8:52 p.m. And then the same person going back about 40 minutes later. Given his timing, investigators determined that this was the killer. Shockingly, he had the same height and build as Steven. This put him on the radar once again, but it also raised a valid question. If Steven was the perpetrator, how could he be in two places at the same time? Without any other option, the authorities put a £20,000 reward for information regarding the killer and continued investigating. They also feared that by the time they started this investigation, the killer could have easily fled to any of the neighboring countries. In the meantime, Natalie's case had become national news, resulting in multiple memorials around the country. This put even more pressure on the investigators to find the killer as quickly as possible. They made several arrests and even seized the suspect's car. Investigators also found the weapon the killer used on the 5th of January 2023, which was a knife from her own home. However, none of these developments brought them any closer to identifying the killer. That is until January 31st, when they arrested Steven again, but this time with solid evidence. As it turns out, the only thing keeping him out of suspicion, the live stream, was completely fake. The whole thing was pre-recorded and broadcasted to simply look like a live stream. After his arrest, investigators went through his computer and found the original recording, which was made on the 14th of December, 4 days before the incident. They also found a taxi driver who described picking up someone matching Steven's profile near the murder at 9:30 p.m. and then dropping this person near Steven's house. Most importantly, according to the taxi driver, this passenger had forgotten his wallet at home, so he quickly ran inside his house to get the money. And as expected, he ran into Steven's home. All this evidence left no doubt in the fact that Steven was the one who went to Natalie's home to commit a predetermined crime. In hindsight, there were plenty of suspicious moments during the fake live stream that should have raised more alarms. For starters, the stream was titled The Violent Night Christmas Live Gaming Stream. At the start of the stream, Steven also claimed that he was having technical issues with the streaming software, which he used as an excuse as to why he wouldn't be able to interact with the live chat.
Well, because this streaming software is kind of up the left, it means I can't check the live chat, which is a real shame. So, by all means, talk amongst yourselves.
This ensured that no one questioned why he wasn't talking with his viewers, which is essentially the whole point of doing a stream instead of posting a pre-recorded video. At the start of the stream, Steven made sure to repeatedly mention what day it was.
Hello to all on this glorious Sunday evening. Yeah, so I just thought, why not? I'm gonna do a live stream, because this day next week is Christmas.
Keep in mind this loser killed his pregnant wife, like, with his own child, and he, like, preemptively recorded this 4 days, 3 or 4 days, whatever they specified in this, orchestrated this entire thing, called it Violent Nights live stream, and he's probably going to show more clips now, but, like, you hear him, like, fucking revel in the idea of doing what he's...
What more could you want?
What he's currently doing while this is live streaming.
An evening with your old pal, Steven.
This was likely an effort to make his alibi stronger and to say, look, I was streaming the same night, I even mentioned the day at the beginning. On top of that, many moments of the stream also took on a far more disturbing...
Yeah, the stream sucked ass as well.
Like him singing about killing someone in-game, which can also be interpreted as him cryptically talking about his girlfriend.
I need to kill it. I need to take her down. 'Cause I won't pass the mission if I don't get this to talk. Tra-la-la.
At another point during the stream, he makes a pun that sounds like Natalie's name and finds it unusually amusing.
Yeah, that's physics. That's what would happen in the real world. Absolutely. Absolutely notly.
The most creepy moment, however, was about halfway through the stream. While he was on break, suddenly the live stream back soon graphic switched with a poster of a James Bond movie called No Time to Die. Steven later claimed that this was an accident. He accidentally dropped his controller on the keypad, which made the strange graphic come up. But since we now know that the livestream was pre-recorded, Steven deliberately included this graphic at this point during the editing, likely alluding to the crime he was going to commit on that day. This theory becomes even more credible once you consider the fact that this movie poster came up at about 9:15 p.m., which perfectly aligns with the time he was at Natalie's house committing the brutal crime. That said, his clever schemes were derailed and he was charged with murder. He was also refused bail. And at the time of writing, he's awaiting trial on May 6, 2025. Hopefully, Natalie and her family can get the justice they deserve.
It's especially upsetting, considering that she was probably watching this
on
too.
April 4th, 2020,
trying to be supportive.
Ernest Wilson went live on Facebook during a house party, without knowing
really
that these were his final moments
That's all I'll
alive.
say.
Ernest was a 24-year-old warehouse worker living in Baltimore, Maryland. The only passion he had in life
Hope he
was for
rots.
partying, playing board games, and turning them into drinking games. Unfortunately, the 2020 pandemic and the subsequent lockdown closed every public venue he frequented. So he decided to take matters in his own hands and came up with a solid plan. He would rent Airbnbs, host an invite-only party which he referred to as a game night with a fee to cover the expenses, and have a good time with his friends. These parties started off small but quickly grew in numbers as more and more people became aware of them. And on April 3rd, he went onto Facebook to plan another party that weekend, asking, "Should I do game nights again this weekend?" And, "We playing hide and seek at game night tonight?" After receiving enough confirmations, he decided to go ahead with the plans and announced a 2-day game night with free entry for girls and a $5 fee for the guys. Not long after this announcement, he also made a post about bringing uninvited people, stating, "Please don't show up with nobody I didn't personally invite if we didn't discuss it first." They're going to get left outside. Maybe he had experienced problems with uninvited guests at past events. Or maybe he simply wanted to know the exact number of attendees ahead of time. But in hindsight, his concern makes a lot more sense. As the night approached, Ernest started the event, and it went just as well as he could have hoped, with everyone dancing and having a good time. That is until 2:30 a.m. when the group decided to play the hide-and-seek game they discussed earlier. Ernest took charge as the first seeker and began a countdown at the Airbnb's backyard.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
However, as soon as he began searching for his friends, he stumbled upon something completely unexpected.
1, 2, 3. Who the is that, G?
I don't know. I'm in your face.
Get your on the other side of this gate. Who the? This can't be one of my friends.
He saw someone trying to jump the fence and break into the property. Now, the correct response would have been to go back inside to safety and call the cops on this intruder. However, Ernest was already a bit under the influence at the time and made the biggest mistake of his life. He decided to confront the man on his own, and that's when things took a turn. The intruder was armed, and after some back and forth, tragically shot Ernest before fleeing the scene, all of which could be heard on the live stream. The police arrived at the property at 2:45 a.m. where they found Ernest lying in a pool of his own blood. According to the few statements that were released to the public, this appeared to be a case of a robbery gone wrong. However, some believe there was more to the story. This is because during Ernest's struggle with the intruder, a girl can be heard laughing in the background. As the story goes, this girl was an accomplice of the intruder who planned to either rob the place or eliminate Ernest for some reason, with one person on YouTube writing, "That girl tried to let someone in the front door, or she knew who tried coming through the door. Once discovering it was locked, she told them to hop the fence as clear as day. I would start with her boyfriend." Unfortunately, from what I can find, the police never caught the suspect, and Ernest's case remains open to this day. So, whatever their motive was, I doubt we'll ever know, especially 5 years later. On September 7th, 2024, a 32-year-old man by the name of Joseph Couch opened fire on vehicles traveling down I-75 near the city of London, Kentucky. He managed to hit 12 cars, injuring 5 people. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. As authorities rushed to his location, Joseph managed to escape into the wooded area alongside the highway. This left the investigators with no choice but to search the Daniel Boone National Forest, hoping to find the mass shooter. In the meantime, they also began looking into Joseph's past and made some chilling discoveries. He served in the Army Reserve from 2013 to 2019 before receiving an honorable discharge due to him developing PTSD. More importantly, this wasn't his first entanglement with law enforcement. Back in 2015, he was arrested for throwing a rock at a dog and then pointing an AR-15 at its owner. Joseph had to pay $1,000 for bail, and the case was later dismissed a few months later. However, the same year he was arrested again, this time for supplying a minor with alcohol and vandalizing private property with spray paint. This resulted in him having to spend 6 months in jail, alongside 200 hours of community service and a $1,500 fine. All of this highlighted just how mentally unstable he was. Something that became even more apparent when investigators factored in the messages he sent to his ex before the shooting. These read, "I'm going to kill a lot of people. Well, at least try. I'll kill myself afterwards." His past record and these texts also made it clear that Joseph wouldn't go down without a fight if they managed to find him. Unfortunately, the search for him wasn't progressing as smoothly as they'd hoped.
The search for the suspected highway gunman, Joseph Couch, intensifies as law enforcement has expanded its search efforts. State police say they are extending their search deeper into the Daniel Boone National Forest as the manhunt for Couch enters day 7.
Local agencies were forced to close a section of I-75 and shut down schools, fearing Joseph might strike again. Eventually, they did manage to find his SUV, which also had numerous cases of ammo for the AR-15 style rifle he used for the shooting. However, this didn't provide any clues about his current whereabouts. In a desperate measure, the authorities put a $35,000 reward for finding Joseph to enlist the help of locals. And that's where the McCoy couple entered the picture. Fred McCoy and his wife Sheila operate a museum dedicated to the historic feud between the Hatfield and McCoy families in Kentucky. They also run a small YouTube channel dedicated to this museum called Hatfield McCoy Museum Adventures, where they discuss the various aspects of that feud in greater detail. After hearing about the massive reward, the couple decided to give it a go. They had lived in the area their entire lives and knew the wilderness well.
$35,000. That's a sweet little piece of money. We're going looking for him. We're hoping he finds us, but we're going looking for this Couch guy, Joseph Couch.
They also decided to live stream their adventure through the Kentucky forest on YouTube, likely to have an instant record of whatever they find. They truly believed they could find him, and luck was on their side, because during one of their live streamed expeditions, Fred noticed a whole bunch of vultures hovering over the same area, possibly indicating a rotting corpse nearby. The two decided to head towards the vultures, and just 30 minutes later, the McCoys found what they were looking for.
You found him? Oh, my Lanta.
Okay, it's blurred. Good.
I'm coming.
It's
oh,
blurred.
my Lanta, you found him? Oh, my Lanta.
They immediately alerted the authorities, who used DNA testing to confirm the body was indeed Joseph Couch. A later autopsy report also confirmed that he went through with the plan he talked about in his message. After 13 days of searching, the I-75 shooter mystery finally came to a close, ending the manhunt and easing the fear of Joseph still being out there.
I was thinking that maybe the couple would get in a bit of trouble with him, but apparently not.
On October 28, 2019, a 47-year-old
Oh, my
Japanese man
Lanta.
named Tetsu Shiohara live-streamed himself climbing Mount Fuji. And what was supposed to be nothing more than a fun stream quickly turned into an avoidable tragedy. You see, Tetsu had been climbing Mount Fuji since 2017 and had already reached the summit many times. However,
You know what? Oh my Lanta is going to be my new catchphrase that I'll throw out every once in a while, and those who know will know.
all of those previous expeditions
know?
were during the climbing season, which stretches from
Oh
July
my
to
Lanta.
mid-September. And while it's not an easy task, it's far safer during these months with maintained trails, milder weather, and resting huts along the way that also sell essential supplies like food and oxygen cans. So when Tetsu decided to climb the mountain in late October, it was already covered in thick, slippery snow. And the conditions were far harsher than he could have imagined, with winds reaching up to 60 miles per hour. All of the resting spots on the mountain were also closed for the off-season. But despite this being his first off-season climb, the unfavorable conditions did not deter Tetsu. He was determined to reach the summit and make it back in a single day. Unfortunately, the stream didn't get off to a good start, as he forgot to bring essentials like thicker socks to keep his feet warm and crampons to prevent his shoes from slipping.
ソックスあ、靴下あれ靴下忘れたいや違う違うバス何がちょっと待って
Later, he also commented on how he didn't bring any food with him to avoid making his backpack too heavy. But as the climb continued, not having food became the least of his
No
worries,
food, no
as he
crampons.
quickly realized the snow that day was deeper than he could have
Bruh.
imagined. On his way to the top, he passed several points where the trail had collapsed due to bad weather.
Oh,
About 2 hours into the
shit.
hike, his viewers started to notice how dangerous things were getting as well, and began urging him to turn back before
Get
reaching the
back,
summit.
bro.
の
R.I.P.
一般客なん
Something's gonna happen.
そやねせやねでも山頂まで行けちゃうと思うよこの
However, he ignored all the warning signs and pressed on with the hike, and by sheer willpower actually managed to get close to the summit. Sadly, this is where his luck ran out. While treading through a particularly steep section of the trail, Tetsu slipped and fell down the mountainside.
なんか外埋まってんだけど雪でよし行こうここも危ないねちょっとね斜面あ滑る
Fuck.
Seconds after slipping, his phone hit a rock and turned off, ending the live stream. His viewers immediately alerted the authorities. However, due to the harsh conditions, it took rescue workers 2 days to locate Tetsu's body. They found it severely dismembered, 2,300 feet below the point where he'd slipped. Now, for most people, this was an open and shut case of an inexperienced and underprepared person misjudging the dangers of Mount Fuji. But I came across some interesting theories regarding the situation. For example, one person stated, "I don't think he wanted to go exactly how/where he did on the mountain, but if you ever saw the live stream, you'd know that he definitely was planning on doing it, probably at the top." The chat was begging him to turn back, and he made constant, likely deliberate references to not being fully equipped. Additionally, he had a very ample and generous amount of time to turn around if it had purely been a mistake, with the last few people he met warning him to not go any further. In other words, Tetsu intended to end everything that day. The missing equipment was a deliberate decision, not an oversight. Although there's no evidence to prove this theory, and we'll never know for sure if this was actually his intention.
Dog's so awesome. Damn, it's been 4 hours. Actually, yeah, more or less 4 hours. 1 second. We'll get this shiny hunting started. I'm not sure how long I'm going to go with it. Might be a short one considering we have been on for a while, but I enjoyed watching those videos. Why are you sniffing me? What do you want? See something? Hopefully it doesn't just want to be annoying. Get this underway. Nice, nice. Of course it's not working, of course. Being picked up. It would do this, you know. Definitely would. Hold up. We swap caps. Why is this not working? What a nuisance. I think it might have just been disabled. Okay. Yeah, for some reason it was disabled. Maybe the ghost did it. I don't know. Now I will load up the thingy counter. Click that. Open up playlist. There we go. Okay. That looks so goofy. It's all bent on the side too, so it's like whatever. Good enough. Yo, what's good, Leo Rain? How are you doing? Streaming a bunch of spooky videos for like 4 hours. Decided to shiny hunt now. Finish up, you know, long ass stream. Oh, I was wondering what that ominous music was. The game capture's still on. Okay. I like how Eggy and Eggert are the ones that reacted to my stream message, and neither of them showed up. It's always like that. Yeah, let me vote for what I want to see in the stream, and then not, like, actually be here. Well, we got the video reaction stream out. That's good. I'm gonna have to see, like, how I'm feeling, but I think the next stream might be Tekken. If not, I feel like priority, it's either gonna be a Tekken stream, if not Castlevania Bloodlines, if not Little Nightmares. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. On Halloween, I gotta complete the ritual. I gotta play it on Halloween. We'll try it again. I'll try to do the hardest difficulty. Again, we would have beaten that if it weren't for the fact that we couldn't find the last stack, and I literally just got bored, right? We were looking around the entire map, couldn't find it. I was like, enough is enough. We'll, you know. Only issue is, I think my sister's party is going to be on the 31st. We usually have it beforehand. She wants to as well, but, you know, shit came up. So, I'm going to have to figure out, like, what time that is and try to work around it. So it might be earlier in the day. Or maybe I'll do it the night before. Something. Right, I completely forgot to get rid of all the deleted videos. That's a possibility. It happens a lot with shiny hunting. People have had longer hunts than this, that goes on for probably hundreds of hours. And they get so lost in the monotony and the, reflexes that they reset over the shiny that they've been looking for that long. Because I feel like that, or my controller bugging out and running away from it, are the only ways I could possibly fail this. Like, we did a test capture at the end of the stream yesterday or the day before. I think it was the day before, but anyways. Did a test capture, and it's insanely easy. All I gotta do is paralyze it. It's gonna attack me, and it knows pain split, so it'll also heal my Pokemon and keep on gradually losing health. You don't have to, man. It's best to play when you feel like it, you know? Not obligated to play the game, so... Yeah. Why the fuck is this playing right now?
Track 4 off.
Tyler, the creator. What? Wasn't even Don't Tap the Glass AI cover.
Get ready for the next battle.
I think we might call it when like 18 minutes. Well, not really. Tired, is all. What is this? I opened up Facebook, which I should really stop doing, but I saw this. I don't know how well Toad is picking up, but it seems like Toad aligned himself with with one of his friends. Now, I don't know too much about that guy, but I heard he's a real jerk, you know? I heard that guy specifically is, quite the douchebag. Gotta do that. Camera will focus. No, the camera's seething right now. It's pissed off that, Toad would do that. If this shit is not focusing now. We see something. There we go, okay. Yeah, see you around, man. Thanks for popping in. Gonna wrap it up in a couple of minutes, but see what happens. saw this. I don't think. Yeah. So that's quite something. It's basically 1 a.m. now. Let's get to 1,820 and then call it. Sound like an ancient fucking meme. It's like literally just using what the fuck did I just read image. Fuck it. Final extension for the night. 1,825, so 7 more. Dude, I swear after I streamed for like 4 hours, I just got insanely tired. I wasn't even doing anything today. We were just watching some videos. Maybe I'm just getting old. Of sound for the final encounter. Irritating, because if it were up to me, I'd just keep on going until I find it. But again, it's getting late, and I don't want to make people feel obligated that they have to stick around, you know. So, I'll let you get to bed. This is going to be the final encounter. It was a good stream. I mean, shit, we're 5 hours in. Watched quite a bit of, scary videos. It wasn't like cheesy ghost shit. Granted, but, Still pretty good. Still pretty good. Nope. Try to quick ball it for fun. Funny. Alright, well anyways, thanks for tuning into the stream as always, man. Appreciate your viewership, and I don't know. I feel like next stream is either going to be Tekken or Castlevania. Because, like, you know, while I would like to have more variety than Tekken, a lot of the people who are following me are, like, specifically here for the Tekken streams, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can tell by the viewership and, like, you know, just audience I built up, so I could have got more in, you know, eventually, so we'll see. But anyways, without further ado, let's do the outro. Good stream, good stream.
Stream is over. Stream is over!